should he reference the party that made the error?
Well, it depends. So the first thing I say is it depends on whether it's out of the presence of the jury. Because some of this we've seen with the judge chastising the parties has been with the jury gone, arguments that are taking place. And if it's not in front of the jury, it doesn't matter. He can yell at anybody and it doesn't matter. If he's in front of the jury, then the judge has to worry about his comments being fair and impartial. Now, the judge will instruct the jury at the end of this case, among the many instructions, that him ruling on objections shouldn't go into their decision-making. But you still want to be careful in how you treat the lawyers in front of the jury.
Exactly. And in fact, I think the judge should have that preliminary charge, not just at the end, to say, listen, anything I say, if it sounds like I'm biased, don't take it, as right. I am, because I am the judge and I'm just giving you the law. All right, Real with Robo from YouTube again. Brian or Richard, do you think, I guess I'll go to Brian, do you think this sweater will refresh the prosecution's opening mind?
If not with all 12 of them, then definitely is with one of them. The question becomes is, will they have the opportunity to speak about it later? Because they should not be conferring about what's going on in the case at this point. I think it was a bad move. Have I had clients walk into court who are accused of being Bloods or Crips or whatever gang member, and they walk in all red or all blue, and I'm like, bro, what are we doing here? Like, why? What are we doing here? Put the bandana back into your pocket. Don't let it hang out. Let's walk in front of this jury when you're accused of being a gang member. And that's more hyperbole than what's going on here, but you're called the leader of a pack, a wolf pack. If he came up with a sweater that had a little puppy on it and he wanted to like stick it to the prosecutor and show something opposite and be comical about it, then I'd be like, you know what, probably a bad move, but I'll let that one slide. But this one, you have to have a serious conversation with your client and say, you know what, I'm trying to save your life out here. So this is not the time and place.
Would you instruct your client to wear just suits?
Yes, I've done it multiple times. When I was a public defender in Brooklyn, we had a closet of suits. I had my own personal suits for clients. I said, we're walking into here and you're wearing this. It's not an issue of what can you wear, what you can't you wear. It's we are trying to save your life. And if the question is taking a dig at a prosecutor or saving years of prison time, which one do you think is more important? I get it. I've never represented someone as big as this, right. But I still think you can't do that.
Yeah, I think you're right, Brian. I think when it's such big stakes, you have to make sure your client is just the way they're supposed to be perceived by that jury. Stay with us. We'll be right back and talking about Young Thug.
I'm scared. I just want to be by myself. You do not have to be scared. You can count on all of us.
You want to have some fun?
We are going to celebrate.
New relationships.
Wait, did we just meet 3 really great guys?
Bring new challenges.
Oh, ransom like him.
I want you to marry me.
What?
And big surprises.
Andy, this is Gary. Have we met?
It's brewing.
Danny,
it's brewing.
Tyler Perry's sisters.
Tis the season to love the way you look with Men's Warehouse, with great deals and savings on gifts for you, from you, and for the fa la lying. We've got your holiday gatherings covered with styles and fits worth celebrating. Men's Warehouse, love the way you look.
that YSL is responsible for a violent street crime. Let's take a moment to talk about the presiding judge, Judge Raul Glanville. Now, he has charisma in that courtroom. He's a no-nonsense type of judge, and he's not afraid to assert his authority. But we've also seen his lighter side. Take a look at this moment from Thursday.
Is there anything else at this point in time?
Your Honor, did your number 39?
Yo, would you stay out of my business, Miss Love?
Oh, well.
Stay out of my business.
Judge,
Look,
I'm sorry.
I've been doing this a long time. Yes, I have, yes. And if you really must know, she's going to reschedule her appointment to the week of the King holiday. You happy? No, you're not happy. But anyways, that's the explanation you're going to get. I'm on top of it. Okay. All right.
All right. Brian Buckmeyer, our legal analyst, and litigator Richard Schoenstein are here with me to discuss. So, is this normal behavior from a judge? How would you characterize the professionalism of this exchange, Brian? Is that what you normally see?
This is very normal. I think what people sometimes forget from all the trials that we watch is that oftentimes, especially judge and prosecutor, if this is a trial judge and this is a trial prosecutor who often shows up before him, they're seeing each other a lot. We also go to bar association events with each other. We also go out and have drinks at these events as attorneys, because judges are attorneys first and foremost. We have personal relationships with them. And so, yes, when the jury is there and your client is there and we're performing in this adversarial setting, that is not what you're going to see. But I've also had judges be like, yo, Brian, come on now. You know you can't be making. And yes, we do have that kind of back and forth, jovial kind of relationship, depending on who the judge is and depending on your relationship with them. But it's never in front of the jury. It's always outside.
Yeah, right. I think, Richard, do you think that that could have been misconstrued either by the state thinking that the judge is upset with her, or by the defense thinking, you're being awfully friendly, Judge Glanville?
No, I agree with everything Brian just said. And also, when you're on trial, everybody in that room has a relationship together, right? Think about it. The judge and the lawyers are working together on something for months and have been for a long time before the case ever got to trial, because there are all these preliminary hearings and the like. So you do develop a relationship, and, you know, a judge may like all the lawyers on the case. No matter who he thinks is winning or losing, may have, personal feelings, and it's fine. It's fine. They can have a relationship. They can be human beings.
Exactly. It is fine. And I actually thought that by now the state and the defense would be human beings by now and would be cooperating, but they're still sort of attacking each other. So we'll see where that goes. All right. There are also definitely some moments where Judge Glanville gets pretty testy. Let's look at some of those moments right now.
Here's what I told you was going to happen. I've got a jury that's out right now that's being interrupted. And Ms. D. Williams, you should have made your motion or should have told me about that an hour ago or when you found out about it. Not hijack me at the bench about that. You did what you had to do, but I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about any of this. Because this is stuff we could take care of before our jury comes in. And that makes you all, lessen your ability as advocates and lessen our ability for this jury to go ahead and get this case seamlessly. This is what I told you all was going to happen. You videotaped our proceedings. It was just a brazen violation of these particular proceedings. I told you not to. Did you just left your purse in your pocket, you would have not even put yourself in this particular predicament.
Right, but there was so much going on.
That doesn't excuse your behavior and doesn't give you.
I didn't hear every.
Madam, that does not excuse your behavior, and it doesn't provide it's an excuse for behavior, because there is no reason you couldn't have taken your phone and put it in your purse when we told you to do that, right?
Correct.
Instead, you took your purse out. You had to go through several manipulations to turn on the video feature for you to go ahead and videotape these proceedings. Is that right? It just didn't come on by itself, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's willful. Well, I'll put it this way. As long as you write it yourself and it is completed in the format that's dictated, APA, at least 10 primary and 10 secondary sources, that will satisfy the contempt. I mean, I'm going to read it, and if I don't find it to be of of suitable quality, you'll redo it. But the other thing is, if you don't do it, the other option I have is to jail you for 20 days because it's not satisfactory. So I would suggest that you write it in a satisfactory manner. You decided, well, hey, I'm not going to show up. That's why I'm annoyed. Do you get it?
Yes.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to find you a willful contempt. When we start this trial, you're going to come for the first 5 days of trial. You can take leave, you can take vacation, whatever. So when this case starts, you'll come or else I'll jail you for 20 days. Choice is yours. No, I'm just, please, just sit down, Mr. Sharp. Just sit down. Okay. Just sit down. Thank you. I've reiterated this time and time again about professionalism. I've tried cases in front of most all of you for a while now. And most courts, in fact, all courts give counsel the benefit of the doubt, and we give you wide latitude to try your cases.
Wow. So those were just a few of the moments where Judge Glanville had a short temper. Brian, do you think this sharp contrast between him having a short temper and also him being very friendly with the attorneys, is that something that's going to be hard for the attorneys? Are they walking on eggshells here?
I think it depends on the attorneys personally, but I would think that if a judge has a relationship to be able to go back and forth like this, then I would say no. Fortunately and unfortunately, depending on who you are, our profession as attorneys is not for the thin-skinned. I tell people that you are a shield and a conduit for the persons that you represent. And so if you are representing the state, then you sometimes have to take a tongue lashing for the better interest of the state. And most definitely, when you're representing someone in their rights, whether it be their liberty or their property or financial interest, you might have to do the same. And you have to have a relationship with a judge that is both professional in a way that if you mess up, you just got to take that tongue lashing. And if you have the opportunity to be jovial and make that joke, then you do that as well. But I think it's the nature of our profession that kind of steels us towards being able to do this.
Right. And Richard, my question for you is, do you think that the judge has anything to worry about? I mean, if Judge Glanville is too mean or too nasty to the attorneys, could that backfire on him? Could they say that it's an ethical violation or he's just not being fair? Could it get him in trouble?
Well, potentially, but I haven't seen anything that would rise to that level. I mean, I sign on to what Brian just said. I'll put it slightly differently. Getting yelled at by judges is part of our job. That happens all of the time, sometimes deserved, sometimes not so deserved, but it happens. It's part of it. And he is entitled to try to keep his courtroom moving and keep everybody abiding the rules. And that's what he's doing here. Now, he can't prejudice a party in front of the jury, but we haven't really seen any of that.
Yeah, we really haven't seen that. Brian, I mean, have you ever had a judge where it was so bad that you thought he could or she could be brought up on any sort of violation?
Yes, I've also been almost held in contempt of court. I've almost actually walked towards the holding cell, say, hey, if you're going to do it, I'll walk myself there, Your Honor. But that's just the way that I practice. I can get contentious at times if I believe that the rights of my client are on the line. But in these situations where there are no jurors in the presence, where we're talking about the mistakes of what an individual did, I would tell myself as well as I would tell any junior attorney, take tongue lashing, make sure that you and the judge are cool afterwards, apologize in the most professional of manners, and ensure that it doesn't happen again, not because of how it affects you personally, but because of how it affects your client. Your job is to represent. It has nothing to do with you. It's not personal, it's professional.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how you keep it going in the courtroom, professional at all times. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have more for you in the case against YSL in Atlanta, Georgia. Stay with us.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
All right, thanks for tuning in to Long Crime. The YSL case out in Atlanta is currently on their lunch break. And so we're going to continue taking viewer questions about the case. So please continue to submit your questions on YouTube and we'll get to as many as we can. I have with me Brian Buckmeyer, Richard Schoenstein. Richard, I'll start with you. This question comes from Georgia Guardian from YouTube. Have either one of you ever seen the lead prosecutor in a high-profile case like this take the day off from trial? Now, we don't know if she took the day off or if she's working or what she's doing, but we know that Ms. Love is not there today and her assistant is helping.
Well, she's not there so far today. So the answer to the question is yes. You can't be responsible for everything in a trial like this. It's too long. It's too many witnesses. It's too much work. And I don't think people understand that the work continues late at night and early in the morning when you're a trial lawyer. The jury goes home, but the lawyers and the judge keep working. So that she might not show up a day, we have no idea why. It might have been a personal commitment. It might have been something sudden. It might have been planned. It might have been unplanned. But if you're going to have a trial for 6 months, there's going to be a day where one of the lawyers doesn't show up. I don't think it's very significant.
Exactly. And I don't think anyone is going to hold that against the prosecution or the defense if, in fact, we have different people. In fact, I saw some different people this morning speaking on behalf of the defendants. Okay, I'm going to look closely at this one. KWD 35761 from YouTube. Being as though the prosecution is able to bring up past criminal offenses, Brian, that have already been adjudicated, would this be deemed double jeopardy? I know the answer to that question, but I want you to say it.
No, double jeopardy is the constitutional guarantee that you will not be tried for the same crime twice. And so they are not being charged for the same crime twice. What is happening is the facts of one bad act or bad crime, because if they're not convicted and just arrested, that would be a bad act. The accused accusation that they did something illegal. A bad crime would be the actual conviction itself. That is being used to charge for a unique crime, that being RICO, and so double jeopardy would not apply.
Exactly. But we still will see whether or not we get in information. We talked about this a little bit earlier as to what actually happened with those charges, because we haven't heard that just yet. Maybe the defense will get that in there at some point, that the case was dismissed or whatever the ultimate, resolution was. All right, Joseph Reeves from YouTube. Do you think the music lyrics, this is totally different, are strong enough to connect directly to a particular crime? We know that the judge has allowed music lyrics. He did say you have to establish a foundation and relevance, but so far from what we've heard, do you believe that there's that connection?
I haven't parsed all of the music lyrics with all of the allegations, but that's definitely what I would be looking for. Obviously, in a case involving musical artists, they're going to have songs that might delve into these areas, and you have to show them connected to something specific. You can't just start lobbing in as evidence a bunch of songs that refer to criminal acts with no connection to anything. But I can't say yet if I see enough of a connection.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've heard so far, I don't really see that connection. We had lyrics talking about, I think in the opening statements, we saw some of the lyrics being laid out. One of the lyrics had to do with being, the leader of the wolf pack. And frankly, I don't think that that's enough. Brian, what's your thought on that?
Well, so I have dived into some of the lyrics and the connections that they're making. And even in the prosecution's own opening statement, they said that the lyrics were, I want to make sure I get the closest word possible, were eerily similar to criminal acts. And I felt that was kind of playing her hand of saying, they're not really connected. We might not be able to connect it, but you'll kind of look at the lyrics and look at the allegations and be like, And for me, that's not enough. For me, I want lyrics that you can at least show by preponderance of the evidence, at least a 51%, to say, hey, look, these lyrics say that this person did X, Y, and Z, and look at this crime. So when Young Thug says, I didn't kill anybody, but I got something to do with that body, and he says, I told him to shoot 100 rounds, if you now show me that, for example, they're accusing him of orchestrating the hit on Lil Wayne's tour bus, and that person shoots 100 rounds into Lil Wayne's tour bus, I say, you know what? You've got a connection there. It's close enough, right? But I'm not seeing that just yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen that just yet either. Invisible Woman from YouTube, Richard, has a question related to that. She said, will this case open a door for all rappers and artists and musicians to be brought into courtrooms because of what they do or say? How is this going to have an effect on future cases?
That is the concern behind letting these lyrics come in as proof of a crime. Then the concern is that anybody who raps about or sings about this subject matter could be prosecuted. But that's not really likely, right? There has to be some underlying criminal activity. I'm not buying this idea that there's a general risk of law enforcement going after rappers willy-nilly. I think there still has to be some underlying evidentiary and investigatory basis for it.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, there is still that First Amendment in
Yes.
our Constitution, so let's hope they still have a right to rap about different things and not be accused of crimes. All right, Wit32 from YouTube. This goes to you, Brian. And we talked a little bit about this. What will happen if they run out of alternate jurors? Let's say they go through all 6 of those jurors.
Then you keep going. The issue is if you lose one of the actual 12. I think Richard said it perfectly. You need 12 people to hear and deliberate on the trial itself. So if we get to the point where either before all the evidence is presented or during deliberations, where we go one below 12, and that's kind of, I think, how a lot of laws talk about it, because 12 is the magic number, or 6, depending if it's a misdemeanor trial. If you go one below what's needed to deliberate, then that is an automatic mistrial.
Right, exactly. I think people don't understand that that could be a basis for mistrial also, not just whether something happened, but whether or not you lose a juror and you end up with less than 12 or less than 6, as you say. All right, Real from Robo, thank you so much for this question. The way the judge treats Steele, Brian Steele, he's representing Young Thug, telling him off a lot, is that normal? It seems that he doesn't like Steele. What do you think?
I think the judge has told a number of lawyers off in this case. It's not unnormal for this case, and it's not out of the ordinary, as we've discussed.
How do you think Brian Steele is doing so far? I mean, he is considered sort of the lead of the defense attorneys. How's he done?
Okay, but I mean, we haven't seen a lot of action out of the defense side yet. We saw some opening statements, including one defendant who deferred their opening statement. And I thought, as a group, their opening statements were okay thematically and in delivery.
Do you think that and I'm sorry to keep following up with you, but since we're on the subject, do you think that they together, the defense attorneys, say, all right, you know what, Brian, I'm going to let you lead on this subject matter?
So they definitely have to be coordinated. It would be foolish not to coordinate. On the other hand, you don't want it to look like the defendants are too coordinated in this particular trial, which is about a conspiracy to have a criminal enterprise. So you have to be careful about how that looks. But the defendants should be coordinated. They should be delegating responsibility for different things to different people, and having different people take the lead on stuff.
That's an excellent point. I see Brian shaking his head.
I said should is the operative word. As we all know, attorneys have egos, and I've been on cases where I am one of many defense attorneys, and we do attempt. It's like, hey, dude, there's going to be one witness. We all pretty much have the same questions. Why are we all going to get up there and ask the same question 3 different ways? What about if I just attack this area, you attack this area, and we can make it so we tell the jury, not that we're like collaborating, but just we want to make life easier for you. And you got this guy where you're like, no, I don't like the way you ask those questions. I'm going to ask it myself. And so I think you are correct. That is what we want. But oftentimes egos will prevail and you'll see people stepping on each other's toes.
That's interesting, because one of the things I think we saw with the one defense attorney who didn't do an opening is just the opposite, letting all of the other attorneys go up. Maybe the jury won't even remember who his client is. That's a tactic as well. All right, Richard, ASGEIR as a Gur P from YouTube. Gunna's lawyer said that Gunna would not, under any circumstances, testify. Is there any basis for that? Do we have any knowledge about whether he's going to be called? And if he is called, he's going to take the fifth. Is he going to testify? Gunna himself, I think, had something on social media that said he's not talking.
I don't have any inside information. Well,
And that really might like bear on this case is that he said YSL is a gang, and that's going to be big for the prosecution. But it's not the winning because we already talked about it. It's legal to be part of a gang under the First Amendment. And if that sounds crazy to you, think of the KKK. It's legal to participate in the KKK so long as you don't do anything criminal from it. But in terms of him testifying, I think that his rap career and his street cred overcome any legal ramification. And I'm going to expect to be hearing a lot of plead the fifths in terms of what the prosecution is asking for. And then Richard's correct as to everything he just said. We don't have a looking glass. We just know he's on the list. Or sorry, not looking glass. Is it a ball glass? I'm not sure which one it is.
Okay.
We have no idea as to whether or not he'll testify.
Correct. Yeah. Go ahead.
Can I
Sure, of course.
follow up one point? So I'm interested in this idea that it's not enough to prove that it's a gang. That's true. However, if you have a group of defendants whose main defense is that it isn't a gang, that's such a hit to the credibility of the defense if you convince the jury it is a crime, it is a gang. It's going to make the jury a lot more willing to be convinced that there were crimes committed.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Good points, both of you. Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break. Please stay with us. We have so much to break down and keep sending those viewer questions. We'll get to as many of them as we can. to Law and Crime. I'm Terry Austin. We are waiting for that Atlanta courtroom to start back up again for the RICO trial against rapper Young Thug. The artist, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams, is on trial along with 5 co-defendants. Now, while we wait for proceedings to continue, we're taking viewer questions from YouTube. So let's get right back into it. I have with me Brian Buckmeyer, Richard Schoenstein, 2 great legal analysis here. All right, Chad's House from YouTube. I'll give this to you, Brian. Do you think the defense will put forth evidence of their own? Will they call witnesses? Will they have people come to the stand?
Yes. I think the difficulty here is whether or not it's going to be character evidence. I think there's going to be people who come on and say, you know what, I know YSL. I stepped into this organization and all I've been doing is making music. That there is no gang affiliation. There's no one asking you to go sell nickel bags at the corner or doing a gun run here. Ms. Hill. Chairman.
Mr. Shard, have you sent that to the court already?
Yes, Your Honor. It's been received.
I got it. I haven't received it.
Got it?
What's the state's position on I'd omit of course, the case and the citation, so.
That's fine. Less the North Carolina.
Yeah, I would, if I give it, it would be the trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Shard, I'm just going to remind you, and I'm going to remind Ms. Westmoreland. if you ask about this and any witness, it is a form of a guilty plea, and it'll be recorded as such. That's not in here. I'm not going to give that. If you open the door as to it, I'm going to include that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Both of you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Westmoreland? Yes. Okay, I just wanted y'all to make sure. Okay. Can Ms. Hilton, if you'll just let me know before that, if that is
Your Honor, actually, the state intends to start with the introduction of certificate conviction.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hilton.
Oh, sorry. And start with introduction of the copy of conviction for Trontavia Stevens, two for Mr. Stevens and one for Mr. Jackson. Yes, so maybe Stevens indictment 13 SC 116787.
I need to know their names.
Trontavia Stevens.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, who else?
And then there'll be a second certified copy for Trontavia Stevens as well. As well as for Mr. Shannon Jackson under that same indictment number.
And I would just ask that when we introduce the conviction for Mr. Stillwell, we introduce it as a guilty plea under offer instead of just guilty. So it gives context to the judge's instruction, Your Honor's instruction.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll start off with that and I'll tell them words to this effect. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to receive evidence in regards to some prior convictions. And I'll just put the trial court may accept a guilty plea. And I'll just include that from there. Okay?
Your Honor, if I might, for the record, encouraging that future Mr. Huey, for the record, we would object to the introduction of these certified convictions coming in to this trial. We would argue that they are hearsay, that we don't have an opportunity to cross-examine these particular certified copies or these certified convictions.
Have you seen them?
I have seen them.
Okay, all right.
And with respect to that, Your Honor, I would argue that under Stafford versus the state, that's going to be 312 Georgia 811 2021 case. And we would argue to the court that
What's the citation again? You said what?
312 Georgia 811, and where it talks about hearsay statements that implicate a co-conspirator but do not advance the object of the conspiracy, such as statements that merely spill the beans about the conspiracy, are not admissible. So we argue that it's the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause issue as well. And on that basis, Your Honor, we would object to these convictions coming in at this trial.
Say you want to be heard on any of the issues before I rule?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the staffication when I was talking about co-conspirator statements, this isn't a statement. This is a certified copy of Mr. Stevens' conviction in this case, which is proof of the underlying crimes, which is a part of the overall RICO conspiracy, Your Honor. So I don't believe that Stafford applies in this case and in this instance, Your Honor.
Judge Wu just argued to the court that the convictions were prepared or done in a courtroom setting. So we would argue that we don't have the opportunity to cross-examine any of that conviction, any of the policy, any of what went into that particular one.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. I'm going to deny your motion. And I'm surprised you didn't let Mr. Steele argue that since it's his case. But anyways, sir.
And I heard you ruling last week, Your Honor, State versus Jefferson.
Yes, sir.
Again, if we have a continuing objection.
You may, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You may, sir. All right. Okay. Anything else? Summon our jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Do me a favor. Remove one of those chairs and move everybody over one.
Back to the.
Yeah.
Like that, right?
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right, you want this chair?
I'm fine.
If y'all slide this way.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have a good lunch?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to receive some certified convictions in evidence. A trial court, I'm just going to give you a preliminary instruction as to how you should consider those. I'm going to give you this instruction now, and I'll give you some more fuller. I'll give you a fuller instruction at the end of the trial when I charge you formally on the law you shall apply to the facts and the evidence as you determine them to be. A trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to enter State's Exhibit 11A pursuant to 24-9-901 subsection 1, which is a certified copy of the conviction of Trontavious Stevens in case number 13SC 116787, where he pled guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
This is State's 11A, is that correct?
11A, yes, Your Honor.
You said it was an offered plea, is that correct?
This was not an offered plea, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
He received 10 years to serve 60 days commuted time served. His balance was on probation. And this is for the January 25th, 2013 aggravated assault with Captain Reginald Pettis. And that's my conclusion for State's Exhibit 11A that we'd like to tender as a self-authenticating document.
All right, any further objection as to 11A?
May we approach briefly?
Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you remember what I just instructed you as in terms of what a trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. States 11. Any further objections, States 11A?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, States 11A is admitted.
Next, Your Honor, the state would like to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 59, G as in golf. This is the under case number, 15 SC 140132 for Mr. Trontavious Stevens, where he pled guilty to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, criminal use of an article with altered ID mark, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, failure to obtain stop sign, failure to have license on his person. He pled on the 10th day of March of 2016 before the Honorable Judge Henry Newkirk. He received 20 years to serve 10 years commuted time served, balance on probation. And that was for the incident involving the stop with the marijuana on July 15, 2015. We would like to tender this again pursuant to as a self-authenticating document pursuant to 24-9-901 subsection 1.
Subsection what now?
1. And then last, Your Honor, under.
Any objection to 59G, sir? From Madam? Okay, all right. I'll note your continuing objection and it's admitted over objection.
And last, for this particular portion, Your Honor, we have under the same indictment number, 15 SC 140132, the certified copy of the conviction involving Mr. Shannon Jackson, where he pled guilty under Alford to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, criminal use of an article with altered ID mark, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, where he received 10 years to serve 3 years, balance on probation. And that is also for the incident involving the stop on July 15, 2015.
And this is states what number?
60G.
Any further objection to 60G? That otherwise hasn't been made already?
No.
Okay, so I'll note your objection. 60G will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're ready for our next witness.
All right, call your next witness, please, ma'am.
Your Honor, City Hall Sergeant Carlos Maldonado.
Sir Maldonado, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Yes, sir.
Raise your hand. You swear affirm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the courts now to the mic.
Sure. My name is Sergeant Carlos Maldonado. Carlos is C-A-R-L-O-S, and Maldonado is M-A-L-D-O-N-A-D-O.
And Sergeant Maldonado, where are you employed?
I'm employed at the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
for 11 years.
Where are you currently assigned?
Currently assigned to the Aggravated Assault Unit as a supervisor and as a federal task force officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been assigned to this unit?
Been with this unit since the summer of 2022.
If you can briefly tell the jury about your work history with the Atlanta Police Department.
Sure. I was graduated from the academy, and I was assigned to Zone 4, which is encompasses the southwest section of the city of Atlanta, all the way from the West End neighborhood of Atlanta to Camp Creek Parkway, pretty much are the extreme boundaries of that zone. I was a patrol officer on evening watch, which is pretty much the middle of the day from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till at that point in time it was midnight. And then following my time on patrol, I went to the Zone 4 Field Investigations team, and I was assigned to target patrol and do target enforcement for areas following certain crime trends. For example, if there was a string of robberies in the area or burglaries, we were assigned to go and tackle that problem in that area. Following that, I was promoted to detective. I was assigned to the robbery unit for the city of Atlanta, investigating all armed robberies and bank robberies in the city of Atlanta. Following that, I was transferred to the homicide unit and worked homicides. And then I was promoted to sergeant in the fall of 2020. and I was assigned back as a supervisor for that same fit team, the Zone 4 Field Investigations team. I was on the Zone 4 fit team until the summer of 2022 when I was moved to my current assignment as a supervisor for the aggravated assault unit.
So it takes you to July 3rd of 2017. What unit were you assigned to in 2017?
I was assigned to the Zone 4 Field Investigations team as an officer.
Now, as a fit officer, you kind of talk about some of your roles and responsibilities. As a fit officer, did you talk with the community about some of the concerns or concerns?
I did. More times than not, it was business owners. They would have complaints that they would make.
Faces.
I'll sustain objections to form. You can go ahead and rephrase.
Would you speak with the community members?
I would.
Okay. And was it about crime?
Yes.
And what were you talked generally about what the 15, what was your job and responsibility?
Sure. Like I said, we were basically anytime that there was an issue going on within our zone, we were assigned to tackle that problem. Unlike a regular patrol officer who's just handling 911 calls or just doing their own self-initiated patrol, we didn't answer any sort of 911 calls. So if there was, say, as I stated previously, a rash of burglaries ongoing in a certain part of the zone, we were tasked with coming up for like a plan to help suppress those burglars or whatever crime trend that it was. Typically, Zone 4 Fit, we would do traffic stops as well as suspicious person stops, actually stop vehicles or stop people. We also operated in undercover capacity as well, so where we could just go out there, not readily identifiable as police, and be able to put eyes on the community in a sense when they weren't expecting to see police.
And you just talk a little bit about some members were undercover, where some people operated plainclothes as well as uniform.
Yeah, so those are the three facets that we operated. One is an undercover capacity, which, as I stated, is when you're not readily identifiable as police, driving regular vehicles and wearing regular clothes. We also operated in a plainclothes capacity, which is where we're not wearing a uniform, but we are readily identifiable as police. In this case, the typical fashion that we address is wearing a vest that was clearly marked as police on the front and the back. So if you were to see me, you would readily identify me as a police officer. And then, of course, the uniform capacity, which is the standard image you have of a police officer on patrol wearing a full marked uniform and operating in a marked vehicle.
Now, as a part of 15, when you went out to go into the community, were you by yourself or did you work with teams?
So on the Zone 4 Fit team, it's like I said, it's a team environment. Typically, I'd be paired up with one officer. My partner at the time in 2017 was Officer Owen. And then we would have another vehicle, which would be occupied multiple times. So whenever we went and encountered a person, it wasn't just a single officer that was dealing with that person. We always had a team approach. So that way we definitely would have like a backup if we wound up in a situation where we needed it. More times than not, because we were operating in undercover capacity, we already saw people that were committing violations. So we knew that we were about to enter a situation that wasn't just a typical, stop on the street and just trying to talk with somebody.
I want to take to July 3rd, 2017. Did you have the occasion to encounter a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta?
I did.
And how did you first encounter or see that Jetta?
Sure. My partner, Officer Owen, and I were patrolling the area of the 700 block of Cascade Avenue when we observed the vehicle exit an apartment complex, which was the Volkswagen Jetta, which had a very heavy tint on all of the windows.
And when you say very heavy, to describe it.
It was to the point where, this was in the afternoon, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we could not see inside of the vehicle to see who was operating inside of this vehicle.
Once you saw the vehicle with the heavy tint, what happened next?
Sure, we got behind the vehicle and initiated a traffic stop at the next major intersection the vehicle came to, which is the intersection of Cascade Avenue and Donnelly Avenue.
And where did you actually stop?
The vehicle pulled into the drive-thru of a Checkers restaurant, which is right at that intersection, and we initiated the stop when the vehicle was in the drive-thru.
Once you initiated the stop, what happened?
At that point in time, there were other members of my unit who came to join us on the stop. Myself and Owen approached the driver's side of the vehicle, and the other officers approached the passenger side of the vehicle.
Why was the car pushing there?
At this point in time, with this vehicle, we couldn't see inside the vehicle, so for just added safety, we had multiple people approach the vehicle.
Once you approached the vehicle, what happened?
We asked the driver to lower the windows because we couldn't see inside of the vehicle, and the door cracked open a little bit, and we were given a response they couldn't roll the windows down because the windows were freshly tinted.
At that point, when you were given a response that because they were freshly tinted, they couldn't roll down the windows, did you know that there was anyone else inside the vehicle?
At that point in time, no.
You did not know.
At that point in time, no.
Okay. After you were advised from the driver that they couldn't roll down the windows, what happened next?
We asked the driver for his driver's license, and he stated that he did not have one. And at that point in time, he was detained in handcuffs.
Once he was detained, was he removed from the vehicle?
He was.
Where was he placed?
He was placed in the rear seat of the patrol vehicle, which I was assigned to that day.
What happened?
I obtained his name and date of birth to run him on the in-car computer, and at that point in time, discovered he did not have a driver's license.
And what was his name?
His name was, I'm sorry?
What was the name he gave?
Kamarius Nichols.
Once you ran, he came back unlicensed. What happened next?
I had stepped out of the vehicle, and at that point in time, I was told by another member of my team, Officer Chisholm, that we had received consent to search the vehicle.
And at this point, did you have other occupants in the vehicle?
Yes, at that point in time, we knew that the vehicle was occupied more than just the driver.
How many other people were in the vehicle?
In addition to the driver, there were 3 adults and a minor child.
Okay. So let's talk about the 3 adults. Was there someone seated in the passenger seat?
Yes, there was.
Excuse me, the front passenger seat.
Yes, there was.
Who was that person?
There was a female by the name of Fabian Pierre.
And then was there anyone in the back seat?
There was.
Okay. Who was in the back driver's side?
Directly behind the driver was an individual by the name of Brendan Warren.
And then what about behind the back passenger?
It was an individual by the name of Norman Harris.
And then where was the minor child?
I can't recall. I can't recall. They were, I think, in the back, but I don't remember.
What happened once you all received consent to search the vehicle?
Myself and other members of the team proceeded to search the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you find?
Sure. In the center console, we located a bag of suspected powder MDMA. We also found a pill bottle which contained 6 suspected pills of what was known as alprazolam. It goes by the brand name of Xanax, and a single suspected pill of ecstasy. Next to the pill bottle, there were several other glassine baggies, which are commonly used to in narcotic sales.
Faces. Overruled.
Which are commonly used to you would place narcotics in the bag and then distribute them when you sell them. In addition to that, a loaded 9mm handgun was located underneath the driver's seat.
And I know you just said, but if you say it again, where were the suspected drugs or narcotics?
They were in the center console.
And within the center console, did it appear that anyone in public had to get access to?
Yes, it was within arm's reach of all the occupants.
Now, I know you said you received consent. Was that from the driver? Was that from the owner?
It was.
Basis.
Hearsay in violation of confrontation clause for the Georgia confrontation clause and the United States confrontation clause. He did not receive this.
I'll overrule the objection. Note your objection. Continue objection for the record, madam.
And once you found the suspected drugs and the firearm, what happened next?
At that point in time, we weighed the suspected drugs to see what the amount was. It ended up being, it was visibly it was quite a large amount, so we wanted to see what the appropriate charge was. And then we randomized everyone in the vehicle to see if they would speak, and only one person elected to speak with me.
Okay. Did anyone claim, Your Honor?
You had an objection?
It may be approached.
All right, talk radio.
I can't hear you.
You hold the button? You want to advise your officer not to say anything else about anybody else? All right, I'm going to deny the motion.
Permission for
Yes, please.
Honor, may I preserve my motion?
Yes,
For the
I've
record.
already noted for that for the record, Madam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
As it related, I know you said you tested the drugs, the weight of the drug. Did you do any field test for the drug itself?
No, the drugs were submitted and it's conducted by another person, not us on scene.
Did you ever test the window tint?
I did.
And did you determine if it was of a legal tint?
It was below. It was measured at 21%.
And on that evening, was anyone arrested?
Yes.
Who?
All the occupants of the vehicle.
And did you collect the items that were found in the car?
I did.
And what did you do once you collected them?
A member of our team at the end of the shift submitted it to Atlanta Police Property to be submitted as evidence.
And what happened with the vehicle?
The vehicle, as well as the child, we stayed on scene and released it to the child's aunt at the request of Ms. Pierre.
Now, permission to approach?
Yes.
I'm first showing you what's been marked as 61, 62, and 63H. Tell me if you recognize 61, 62, and 63H.
I do.
And how do you recognize 61, 62, and 63H?
All these items are marked with the City of Atlanta evidence label with our case number and then a description of what they are, which reflects what I've notated in the report.
And that's what you thought it was when you.
Objection to the leading question.
That's the same questions to form. You can rephrase them.
Is that what you thought it was? Those drugs that you named earlier?
Yes, it's labeled as on here what the items are.
And also looking at 64H. Tell me if you recognize 64H.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 64H?
This is the firearm which we retrieved from the vehicle, and it's accurately labeled like the previous items with an Atlanta Police evidence label that has our case number.
And does this appear to be all the items that you found back in July 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 61, 62, and 63H, as well as 64H.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I renew my objection from earlier this morning.
And it's continuing.
Thank
I'll
you.
note that. I'll admit 61, 62, 63H, and 64H over objection.
Permission.
Published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, looking at 61H, if we could tell the jurors what you thought this was.
Sure. It's going to be 6 pills of suspected alprazolam, which, as I stated before,
Approach.
Hold on.
So first of the 61H. What's the 61H?
sure, there's 6 suspected pills of alprazolam, which goes by the common name of Xanax.
And looking at 62H.
And that is a single suspected pill of ecstasy.
And lastly, looking at 63H.
And that is the suspected MDMA powder, which totaled at 47.7 grams with the ecstasy pill.
And now looking at 64H.
And that is a 9mm Taurus handgun, which at the time had 10 cartridges in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
And where was the gun found again?
Underneath the driver's seat.
Now, after collecting the evidence and taking it down to APB property. Did that conclude your involvement in the case?
After transport and obtaining the warrants and the report, yes.
Okay. And you just mentioned something. You said it was 10 cartridges. One was in the chamber. What's that?
Sure, it means that in the magazine, which is inserted into the well of the weapon, there were 10 cartridges or otherwise known as rounds. And then there was an additional round that was in the chamber of the weapon, meaning that if the trigger was pulled, it would fire.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Minato.
Afternoon.
All right, so you just explained to us that you were a member of the FIT team, correct?
That is
During
correct.
2017. And it would be fair to say that one of the differences between the FIT team and a regular street patrol team is to target high-level crimes?
That is correct.
Okay. And during this time period, you were following the trend of robberies, that's fair?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you saw this vehicle, you did not suspect this vehicle as being a participant in any type of robbery, correct?
No, that is correct.
Okay. You saw car window tints, and that is the sole reason you pulled this car over. That's your testimony, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you explained that you had several FIT members with you, correct?
Correct.
You plus 4 more.
I think it was myself, Owen, and yes, myself and 4 more.
All right. And the FIT team, you were in 2 separate vehicles that day, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw this vehicle, you pulled this vehicle over, and all of the FIT team approached the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now, it is general practice for the FIT team to all get out of the vehicles and approach a vehicle at the same time, right?
It is.
All right, so it wasn't just the window tint. That wasn't the reason that that all of the FIT team approached the vehicle. You always all approach the vehicle, generally speaking, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you had the vehicle surrounded, 3 officers on one side, 2 officers on the other, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Owens actually went to the driver's side where Mr. Nichols was sitting, right?
Correct. I was next to him.
Okay. All right. So Officer Owens, from your understanding, asked Mr. Nichols to roll down his windows.
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Nichols said, hey, I can't roll down the windows, and opened the door to comply.
Correct.
All right. And then Mr. Nichols was asked for identification.
Correct.
He explained that he didn't have any.
Correct.
Up until this point, Mr. Nichols is being cooperative with you, fair?
He was.
Now, inside of the vehicle, you listed some passengers, 3 black males.
Including the driver.
Including the driver, 1 black female.
Correct.
And a child.
Correct.
All right, so at this point, after Mr. Nichols explains that he does not have his identification, he's detained.
Correct.
He's taken back to the patrol car,
Yes.
right? And you're with him in the patrol car.
Yes.
All right, so Officer Owen spoke to Nichols, but you took Mr. Nichols to the patrol car, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you asked Mr. Nichols for his identifying information, correct?
Yes.
And he gave it to you.
He did.
He gave you his real name, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, while you were in the car, there was another officer with you, Officer Chisholm?
Correct.
Is that correct? And Officer Chisholm, from your understanding, separated the female passenger from her child and the other occupants in the car, correct?
She asked you to step out.
Yes, and she had a private conversation.
Yes.
One that you weren't privy to.
That is correct.
Okay, let me ask you about that. Body cameras, it was body footage of this traffic stop, right?
Yes.
Okay, and body footage lasts for 5 years?
Depending on the case, yes.
Depending on the case, but in this case, the body camera footage was supposed to be retained for 5 years, correct?
Correct.
All right, so when this case was originally indicted May 9th of 2022, and remember, this incident happened July 3rd of 17. That was within the 5 years.
Correct.
Did you receive any type of notification or instruction from the government to say, hey, retain this body camera footage?
I did not.
Do you know if any other members of the FIT team, and this is just to your knowledge, do you know if they were told, hey, retain this footage?
To my knowledge, no.
All right, so the car was searched.
Yes.
And you have testified that you found some pills, correct?
Yes.
2 pills. And that you found 2 baggies of some type of solid substance.
Correct.
And you have testified suspected substance because you don't know, right? You're not the GBI.
Correct.
You didn't test these things.
No.
All right. Now, several individuals were arrested, right? All of the adult passengers.
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that a little bit. Miss Pierre, she was the registered owner of the car, correct? All right. And Miss Pierre was arrested that day for the suspected 2 baggies, right?
Correct.
All right, so she was arrested for trafficking with that. She was also arrested for the pills.
Correct.
Okay. And she was also arrested of a drug-related object, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Norman Harris, he was arrested, correct? All right, and Mr. Harris, he was arrested for the pills, right?
He was.
And he was arrested for trafficking in illegal drugs, correct?
He was.
All right. And Mr. Harris was later, from your understanding, was later indicted for the firearm, but you did not arrest him for possession of a firearm, correct?
From the information that I've gathered since, correct.
All right. And so that was not your decision to arrest Mr. Harris for the firearm, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that would have had to be the prosecution. You had nothing to do with that.
That was not my charges.
All right. And Brandon Warren, he was arrested.
He was.
Let's talk about that briefly. Mr. Warren was arrested for trafficking.
He was.
So that's the 2 baggies, right? And Mr. Norman was arrested for the suspected pills.
He was.
All right. And Mr. Norman was also arrested for the drugs in a different container, correct?
You said Mr. Norman that time.
Mr. Warren.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Warren was also arrested for possession of a firearm.
He was.
Okay. And then Mr. Nichols was arrested.
He was.
Okay. Now, officer, let me ask you this. You did not arrest Mr. Nichols for anything gang-related, correct?
I did not.
You did not. And you did not arrest any of the individuals in this vehicle with any gang charges, right?
I did not.
Okay. And you wrote a report in this case?
I did.
And you're trained to write reports?
Correct.
All right. And you're trained that if you need to supplement a report, that you can supplement a report, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you're trained on how to write an affidavit for a warrant, correct? And you are trained to how to write a citation, correct?
I am.
All right. So in this case, you wrote pretty much the list that I just gave you, right?
That is correct.
All right. And in any of the reports or any of the lists that I just gave you, you did not report anything in reference to any type of gang activity with this traffic stop, correct?
I did not know.
All right. And you didn't report anything in reference to any type of gang activity in reference to what you seized, correct?
Correct.
All right. So gang just wasn't mentioned, correct? All right. All right, just a few more questions. You're aware that Norman Harris pled guilty to possession of a firearm in the drugs, correct?
I was not aware, no.
You were not aware of that. Okay. Ms. Pierre, you testified that she was the owner of the car. I want to make sure that I have that correct, right?
That is correct.
And you're aware that Ms. Pierre pled to the alleged drugs found in the vehicle?
I was not aware.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anybody else? Say that and read, right?
Yes, briefly. The location of Donnelly and Cameron, is that Fulton County?
It is.
And as it relates to the body cam, were you ever asked to look for the body?
I was.
Okay. And did it come a point in time years ago, was that body cam produced?
Well, I myself was not asked until recently.
Okay. So you were asked to go locate the body cam.
Correct.
And what is the policy as it relates to body cam footage for a traffic stop such as this with the Atlanta Police Department?
Sure. A traffic stop or any of the rest, the body camera footage has a retention period of 5 years.
And let me ask this, as a FIT officer, do you generally take out gang warrants or that's assigned to another?
That's assigned to another unit.
Okay. And why is that?
because typically officers and investigators assigned to the gang unit have a better understanding of gangs. Myself in that position in my career, like any other patrol officers, we don't generally have that much knowledge when it comes to the gang.
Well, you have shield in the doors to so.
So officers have the options to take outside training. They can go and get more information about gangs. At that stage of my career, that's not where I was. Since then, I've gained that, but at that time of the stop, I did not have that knowledge.
And that responsibility would go to a different unit if they would want to take out gangs.
That is correct.
I have no further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Westmoreland?
Yes,
Sergeant Minato.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would have observed what you thought was gang activity on July 3rd, 2017, you would have reported it, correct?
If I would have had the knowledge of it, yes.
No further questions.
Anything further? Just Ms. Hogan. Just briefly, Judge. All right.
Sergeant Maldonado, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Sergeant Maldonado, you are familiar with APD SOP 3067 gang data reporting?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so if I showed you the document, do you think it would refresh your recollection?
I'm not sure if I've read that particular SOP.
Are you going to show it to him, sir?
Yeah, approach on.
I would object if he said he's not aware of it.
He said it, I think he stated that if he saw it, he may not be aware of it.
He said, I'm not sure if I read that particular SOP.
All right. So perhaps if I could show it to him, see if he's read it.
That's
All right,
fine.
you have to mark it as, let's put DH1 for identification.
May I approach this witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, I'm showing you this document for your review.
Yes, sir.
It refreshes your recollection as it relates to your understanding of that particular SOP as a veteran with the Atlanta Police Department.
So this particular SOP, it does not ring a bell to me, no, sir.
So then it doesn't ring a bell, but as an Atlanta Police Department officer, you then don't know or have not been familiar with the fact that responding officers have a responsibility to collect and record any evidence that tends to indicate gang involvement.
Through regular training, but as far as reading that in the SOP, no, sir.
Okay. Are you required as a sergeant with APD to be familiar and abreast of the various SOPs within your agency?
I am.
And this one you're not?
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Can I see the SOP for a moment? And did you admit it?
You said, is this been identified?
Oh. Well, I didn't know if anybody, I need to look.
I'm sorry.
Can you look at it?
I'm going to, I didn't know if it was my turn to question.
Are you finished, Mr. Matthews?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, man.
This incident we referred to was in what year?
2017.
All right. I'm going to show you DH1. What year was this SOP?
Your Honor, it's not in there.
Overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
What year was that? What's the year of that?
It shows the effective date is August 13th of 2020.
So this is after this stop right here.
Objection leading.
Was this after the stop?
It was.
Overall sustained form.
Was it after the stop?
Yes.
We'll need a copy of that, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Maldo, can I just follow to a brief follow-up?
You may.
Sergeant Maldo, the fact that you're not familiar with this particular SOP, you don't know when it was initially put in place, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further.
Again, Mr. Matthews, can you give us a copy of that?
Yes, sure.
Please give that to Ms. Weaver, please.
Yes, sure.
Anything further?
Nothing to say.
May we permanently temporarily excuse Sergeant Maldonado.
Permanently.
All right, so Sergeant Maldonado, thank you for your patience with us.
Thank you.
Permanently excuse you. We're just going to discuss your testimony with anybody.
Except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Call your next witness, ma'am.
Your Honor, prior to that, can we take a brief break? I just want to show Ms. Westmore.
Would you like me to recess in place?
Sure.
Okay, all right.
Ms. Westmore. Sergeant C. Ross.
All right. Summon C. Ross, please. Sergeant C. Ross. All right, Sergeant Ross, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. Swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State to the first and last name.
First name Charles, CHARLES. Last name Ross, ROSS.
And Sergeant Ross, where are you employed?
I'm sorry.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
for about 11 years now.
And what do you do with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I'm a sergeant in the Zone 2 area.
And how long have you served as a sergeant?
Approximately 4 months.
If you can tell the jury briefly about your career within that police department.
So I started my career in 2012. 2013, I was sworn in as an officer. Spent time in the Zone 5 area, which encompasses this courthouse, as well as most of the downtown area, before going to Zone 1, which is the Bankhead area. I spent about 3 years in patrol before I was moved over to the Apex unit, which is a proactive unit that's citywide. We target violent offenders and other individuals engaged in lower level narcotics and various other smaller crimes. We also do warrant entries for individuals that may be barricaded or for narcotic seizures. I spent about 3 years in that assignment before I was then promoted to investigator and assigned to the robbery unit. I spent about 3 years in the robbery unit handling citywide robberies throughout the city before I was promoted, well, not promoted, but moved to the city's Homeland Security and Cyber Crimes unit. Spent about a year there working in that capacity where we were responding to threats throughout the city that may have been related to like the Georgia Dome or various threats made to individuals throughout the city. I was recently promoted to sergeant and assigned to Zone 2.
And are you post certified?
I am.
I'm going to take you to October 23rd, 2018. What unit were you assigned with APD?
2013.
2018, I'm sorry.
2018, I would have been assigned to the Apex unit.
And you spoke briefly about what the Apex unit did. Tell the jury about your job and responsibilities.
Okay, so under the current command over there, we were assigned to a specific zone. Each day we would go out to that zone and try to locate violent offenders that had outstanding warrants or make proactive stops and arrests based on probable cause as far as violent crimes, narcotics, and various other incidents.
And in order to kind of stop these types of crimes, were there any investigation tools or things that you use in order to assist you all in identifying the target crime location or anything like that?
Yes.
I'm also saying this to form.
Ask your doctor about Nubeca.
Why was social media helpful for you all?
To me, social media was like a huge impact. It was a way to reach out and, find a lot of the individuals, because most times we have investigations, they will tag or associate individuals that they have some type of.
I'll stand as the form. You can rephrase.
I think it was Mr. Steele.
Yeah, it was Mr. Steele. And Mr. Simone.
In your experience in using that social media tool, what did you find worse?
I found that individuals tag other individuals that they partake in criminal activity with.
I say with?
Yes.
With what?
Like they participate in criminal activity with.
Oh, who they?
Yes.
Sure. Okay.
Now, I just went through my brain. Now, when you were just speaking about some things you saw that was purported criminal activity, you don't know, you haven't, it was purported criminal activity.
Yes.
Okay. Taking you to October 23rd, 2018, did you have the occasion to encounter and interact with Parmadius Nichols?
I did.
All right. Prior to interacting with him, had you seen him previously?
Yes, via social media.
And where on social media did you see him?
On an Instagram page that I believe to be associated with Mr. Nichols.
Okay. And why did you believe that social media page to be associated with him?
After reviewing the page, he had various photos of himself on the page, as well as he posted video stories that encompass, Well, I'm sorry.
Faces?
He doesn't know, lack of foundation, speculation, relevance. He doesn't know who's supposed to for. The foundation is
I'm
not.
gonna sustain the objection.
Was an individual who appeared to be a Parmadius Nichols in those videos?
Yes.
Not knowing who posted it, but was he in the video?
Not knowing who posted Mr. Nichols was in the videos.
And was it on the page believed to be Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
Okay. And did that page have a name?
Yes,
Okay. And I guess was that like an Instagram handle?
it was.
Okay. What was that Instagram handle?
The Instagram handle was bitch, it's Quay.
Okay.
Or Qua, I don't know how you pronounce it.
And is that BITCHITSQUA?
Yes.
All right. And did that person who you interacted with on October 23rd, 2018, did that appear to be him
Yes.
on those videos?
I'm over the objection now.
I think my first question was, did you interact with him on that day?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the same individual in the video?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you see Mr. Nichols on social media on October 23rd, 2018, or a video of Mr. Nichols on that day?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you come to see that social media video?
I looked on Instagram and I noticed that there was a story attached to Mr. Nichols' page. After pressing the story, it began to display the video.
Okay. And I know what the story is.
Oh.
Maybe our viewers all know what the story is, but when you say story, what are you referring to?
I got you. So Instagram has like a mini video feature where around the icon of a person's profile photo, they can attach videos throughout the day of various things. It could be sports, it can be, actual videos that they took of themselves. All kinds of things can be posted to the story, and I think it's retained for like 24 hours, or unless they delete it.
And what time generally did you get to work back in 2018? What time was your shift?
Depending on the call, it would have been between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and I would have got off around 10 o'clock or midnight.
And what, if anything, did you see on this Instagram story?
So once the Instagram story began to play, I saw the male that I believed to be Mr. Nichols at the time before actually meeting him. He was inside of a vehicle. It appeared to be a Chevy, gray in color. He was sitting inside the passenger seat of that vehicle. Next to him was a red bag.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
No.
What did you see on the video?
Oh, okay. As the video began to play, there was a male I suspected to be Mr. Nichols sitting inside on the driver's seat of the Chevy. It was a gray and colored Chevy. The door was open. He had a red bag that I could see like in the background, and what appeared to be in his hand was suspected marijuana. He was twirling it up in the bag while talking to some individuals outside the vehicle. One being an older lady, making statements as like that the older lady wanted a young nigga, and Quay, hello? Can you hear me? I got you. Starting back over, I observed the male that I believe to be Mr. Nichols sitting in the driver's seat of the Chevy. He had what appeared to be a red bag in the background. He had a small bag of marijuana that was being twirled in his fingers while engaging in conversation with individuals outside the vehicle. One individual, being an older female, which the conversation went to the effect of Auntie want her a young nigga, and Quay trying to be a victim. Then you can see Mr. Nichols say, "I'm trying to be a victim," before the video cut off. Oh, I'm sorry. And also in the background behind the older lady was the lady was a two-wheel white vehicle in color.
And about how long was this video?
No longer than 30 seconds.
And once you saw that video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately called a team together to further investigate. That would require me, reaching out over radio or calling people or something, and letting them know a staging location to meet me at in regards to what I had just witnessed. Those individuals would have met me at that staging location. I would advise them, or maybe even show them the video of what I saw, and gave them all the information on what we were going in to do, and who we were looking for, and what we were looking for, and then we would have proceeded to that location. I would also made my sergeant aware, and K9.
And 2612 Steel, can you tell Drew where's that location?
2612 Steel is in the Cleveland Avenue corridor. It runs right off of Cleveland Avenue. The driveway may be from where I'm sitting, just out into the hallway, from the actual street of Cleveland Avenue to the entrance of the apartment complex.
Were you able to make contact with officers and set a staging location?
I was.
Where was that staging location?
The staging location was at I'm not sure if it was open, but it used to be the Piggly Wiggly. It's right across the street, off of Cleveland Avenue.
And once you met with officers at the staging location, did you give them instruction as you just discussed?
I did.
All right. What happened next?
Then we would all caravan over to the location and begin our investigation.
Okay. And did you all go over to that location?
Yes.
Tell the jury what occurred as you were going over to that location.
So as we made our approach, upon turning or crossing over the street, since it was literally across the street, I heard an individual yell out 12, which is slang.
Basis.
Foundation here today.
I'll rephrase this to the form. You can lay a little more foundation, madam.
Let me ask you this. Were you all in patrol vehicles?
We were.
And were they marked patrol vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
And the term 12, what does that mean? What was your understanding?
I'll overrule the objection.
What is your understanding of what 12 means?
12 is slang for police.
Okay. And in your experience, have you heard individuals yell out 12 previously?
Yes.
And in your experience, when someone yells out 12, what happens?
Individual that's engaged in criminal activity, that gives them like a...
I'll sustain this to form. All right, you can rephrase, madam.
Right.
I'll strike the last one, ladies and gentlemen, just disregard the criminal activity issue.
When you heard 12, did you hear someone yell out 12?
I did.
when you heard 12 in this case, what occurred? What did you see?
Upon entering the actual apartment and making the turn, I was able to see the suspected vehicle, which was a small Chevy, and a white vehicle still sitting next to it. As we made our way to progress, this is only in seconds as well. As we made our way to progress to the parking lot, I noticed that the door for the Chevy was locked remotely, causing the horn and stuff to beep, and the lights to actually flash to, signify that the vehicle is locked. And then we made our approach to the white Toyota Solara.
And with 12, in your training experience, is that an alert that police are coming?
Yes.
I'll overrule the objection.
Is that an alert that police are coming? Once you got inside and you saw the gray vehicle, the lights click on and off, what happened once you got closer to the vehicle?
Once I got closer to the vehicles, I then exited my patrol vehicle. As soon as I began to exit my patrol vehicle, I smelled the smell of burning marijuana. I then began asking individuals outside, like, hey, who has the weed? Where's the marijuana at? I then made my way over in between the two vehicles that I saw or believed to see in the Instagram photo, and where I encountered Mr. Nichols. I asked them, did they have any marijuana, because it seemed like the smell was coming from within the vehicle. I then detained Mr. Nichols and the passengers in the vehicle, as well as the individuals standing around the gray Chevy.
So let's slow that down a little bit. When you approached the gray vehicle that you saw in the video with Mr. Nichols, was there anyone in that vehicle?
No, that vehicle was empty.
All right. And you said that he was in another vehicle. Where was that vehicle?
He was in a Toyota Solara that was parked maybe like 4 feet away. He was in like the door frame, sitting on like the where you step out of the vehicle. That he was sitting right there, leaning over towards a female passenger or driver.
Now, in the door frame, was he on the driver's side or the passenger side?
He was on the driver's side.
Okay, and was the driver's side of the Solara, what color was the Solara?
The Solara was white.
Right, two-door. Was the driver's side closer to the driver's side of the gray vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And describe, was the gray vehicle pointed back in?
So the gray vehicle was back then facing, if somebody was about to leave the parking lot, facing to leave out, and the white Solara was parked facing the actual apartment. So they were facing opposite directions.
And Mr. Nichols was crouched in between the door frames?
Yes.
All right. Where, you said there were two females in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, where were they seated?
Both in the front passenger seats. Well, front seats. One was in the driver's seat. The second female was in the passenger seat.
When you first approached, did you see any type of keys or anything that goes to the gray vehicle?
No, not upon my immediate approach.
Okay. So once you approached, you said you smelled burning marijuana. What happened next?
I detained everybody and then began my search of the vehicle for the actual marijuana.
Which vehicle did you see?
The white Toyota Solara. I began to notice small crumbs, or what is referred to as shake, of marijuana throughout the vehicle on the floorboard. Upon walking around to the passenger side of the vehicle where the other young lady was sitting, I noticed a blunt of marijuana sitting on the ground outside, just outside of the door of that vehicle.
Now, once you noticed the marijuana on the passenger side of the door, what happens next?
I then collect that marijuana. I believe I got IDs from everyone. Check those IDs on our system.
Okay. Once you check the IDs, what happened next?
I then walked back and I took my flashlight, peered inside of the gray vehicle, and got an update from K9, who was already en route, as to how long it would take them to get out there to continue my investigation, on which I initially came for the gray Chevy vehicle.
And why did you call K9?
Because that's a normal practice. Whenever I have like a suspicion of some type of drug investigation, I have them come out to assist, as well as another resource in identifying and locating where possible drugs may be in that crime scene.
As you waited for the K9 to come, did you ever locate a key for the gray vehicle?
I did. So upon that initial search, where I noticed the shake, there was the center console. I lifted up the center console and located blunt spray and what appeared to be a Chevy key. The blunt spray is, I think, significant because I began.
Basis.
Lack of foundation and irrelevant.
I sustain the crime.
In your knowledge and
Objection.
experience, why is blunt spray significant?
Objection as to relevance.
I'll overrule the objection. Where's some more foundation?
Blunt spray. I'm sorry. My bad.
That's the risk.
As in your investigation, have you heard of blunt spray?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience as an officer, what does blunt spray do?
It's a fragrance used to mask the odor of marijuana, hence, or any other type of scent that may be overpowering your vehicle.
Okay. And as you're investigating, you found some blunt spray.
Yes.
All right. What else?
I located the key for the Chevy, and that was all.
Where was that key located?
It was inside the center console of that Toyota Solara.
And was that center console, was the door open or closed?
I believe it was closed, and I opened it.
Once you saw the key, what did you do?
I stepped away from the vehicle. I believe I asked the individuals if the key belonged to them. I believe so. All this happened around the same time.
And did anyone take ownership of that key?
No.
Basis.
No hearsay.
I'll sustain the question. Just rephrase it now.
Did Mr. Nichols take ownership of the key?
No.
Did you ask any? Did you speak with any of the individuals out there?
I did. Miranda is the owner of the vehicle.
Basis.
This is about the hearsay violation of Mr. Nichols' competition clause of the United States Constitution and the Georgia Constitution.
All right, okay.
Your Honor, this is not testimony nor the
I'll overrule the
confrontation.
objection, Ms. Westmoreland.
Go ahead.
I'm Miranda's Ms. Jessica Lindley, who's the owner of the white Toyota Solara. She then waived her right to counsel, meaning she didn't want a lawyer. She spoke with me and she agreed to speak to me at that time. I then asked her, where the keys came from. She stated that she did not know where the keys came from. She doesn't know how the keys got into her vehicle. She advised that she was looking at her cell phone when I guess when we arrived and did not notice when anybody would have placed that key in her vehicle, as well as she did not notice when anybody.
I'm going to overrule the objection. And I know the continuing objection, we've already dealt with this issue.
She also mentioned that she doesn't know who would have used that key fob to possibly lock the Chevy next to their vehicle.
So at this point, no one claimed ownership to that key at that point in time.
No, ma'am.
All right. Did K9 ever arrive?
K9 did arrive.
Okay. What happened once the K9 came?
I believe Officer Cornelius, I gave him a rundown of what happened, or I asked him, did he have the general gist of while we were out here, what was going on? He then deployed his K9 and allowed his K9 to conduct an investigation around the general area before being led to the gray the gray Chevrolet, and the dog began to nibble at the door handle and then jump up and scratch the door, which at that point he notified me that the dog had alerted on the.
I sustain it, sir, currently.
What happened after the K9 came out?
Officer Cornelius conducted an investigation and advised me that the dog alerted.
Did you get a search warrant?
I did.
Okay. When
I sustain the objection.
when did you get the search warrant?
Immediately, within a few minutes after, finding out that it's possibly narcotics in the vehicle.
Once you got the search warrant, did you come back?
I did.
Did you search the vehicle?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
Approximately 17 grams of marijuana, baggies, which are consistent with or indicative of the crime of.
Basis.
Lack of foundation.
Your Honor, he's an officer.
I overrule the objection. Ms. Westmoreland.
And bags which are indicative of the crime of possession with intent to distribute, as well as a digital scale, I believe, and 3 firearms were located throughout the vehicle.
And let me ask you this. The video, the Instagram video, did you download that video?
I did.
Okay. And as well as this incident in its entirety, was it recorded? Did you have body cam video?
It was.
And was the entire incident recorded on body cam?
The incident was recorded on body cam.
Both the first part as well as the search warrant?
Yes, my initial investigation as well as the search of the vehicle.
And have you had an opportunity to review both the Instagram video as well as the body cam footage for this incident?
I have.
You have permission to approve? I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 68I. Do you recognize Exhibit 68I?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It was the evidence shown to me to verify that it was true, accurate depiction of the events that occurred on that day.
And the 68I include the Instagram video as well as the body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it appear there are any addition or deletion of those videos?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time still like the 26 and 68I into evidence.
Any additional objections, madam?
This testimony.
That you haven't otherwise told me already.
Well, it's slightly different. The video itself has not been authenticated, and no foundation has been laid for the video itself.
Your Honor, I have a response.
All right, what you're supposed to say is response.
It is authenticated because of him viewing it himself. It's like a picture. If he can view the individual in the video and believe it to be that person in the video, it is authenticated. We don't have to bring in the person who posted the video.
Overrule, madam. Okay, what else?
Your Honor, maybe we approach the item.
All right. All right, start reading. It's your angry eyes? Okay. Press the button. Okay. Hold on. Yes, you may continue, madam.
Sergeant Ron.
Yes, ma'am.
The Instagram video that you watched, did that appear to be that same clip that you saw on the day of, prior to going over to the 26 Field Avenue?
Are you?
The Instagram video that's on that exhibit.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the video clip that you saw that led you to 2612 Field?
Yes.
And is that the same video that you downloaded and then gave to us?
Yes.
At this time, say like.
Has it been changed or altered in any way from the time period that you downloaded it to today, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
At this time, say like 268.
Any further objection, Ms. Westmoreland?
Continuing objection.
I'll mark a continuing objection and admit over your objection.
Permission to follow?
You may. How long is it going to take?
Yes, it's probably about a total 35.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about we take a little comfort break, let you stretch, and let's take 10 minutes. We'll come back and we'll play the exhibit for you, okay? All right, we're in recess.
All right, for the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be excused. We'll be in recess 10 minutes.
We're here.
Now, when you were just speaking about some things you saw that was purported criminal activity, you don't know, you haven't, it was purported criminal activity.
Yes.
Okay. Taking you to October 23rd, 2018, did you have the occasion to interact with Carmelius Nichols?
I did.
Prior to interacting with him, had you seen him previously?
Yes, via social media.
And where on social media did you see him?
On an Instagram page that I believe to be associated with Mr. Nichols.
And why did you believe that social media page to be associated with Mr.
After reviewing the page, he had various photos of himself on the page, as well as he posted video stories that encompass, well, I'm sorry.
Faces?
Lack of foundation, speculation, relevance. He doesn't know who's supposed to. The foundation is
I'm
not.
gonna sustain the objection.
Was an individual who appeared to be a Carmelius Nichols in those videos,
Yes.
not knowing who posted it, but was
Not-
he in the video?
Not knowing who posted it, Mr. Nichols was in the videos.
And was it on the page believed to be Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
And did that page have a name?
Yes,
Okay. And I guess was that like an Instagram handle?
it was.
Okay. What was that Instagram handle?
The Instagram handle was bitch, it's Quay.
Okay.
Or Qua, I don't know how you pronounce it.
And is that BITCHITSQUA?
Yes.
All right. And did that person who you interacted with on October 23rd, 2018, did that appear to be him?
Yes.
On those videos?
Your Honor, this statement is saying back with it.
I'm over the objection.
I think my first question was, did you interact with him on that day?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the same individual in the video?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you see Mr. Nichols on social media on October 23rd, 2018, or a video of Mr. Nichols on that day?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you come to see that social media video?
I looked on Instagram and I noticed that there was a story attached to Mr. Nichols' page. After pressing the story, it began to display the video.
Okay. And I know what the story is. Maybe our jurors all know what the story is, but when you say story, what do you refer?
I got you. So Instagram has like a mini video feature where in the around the icon of a person's profile photo, they can attach videos throughout the day of various things. It could be sports, it can be, actual videos that they took of themselves. All kinds of things can be posted to this story, and I think it's retained for like 24 hours, or unless they delete it.
And what time generally did you get to work back in 2018? What time was your shift?
Depending on the call, it would have been between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and I would have got off around 10 o'clock or midnight.
And what, if anything, did you see on this Instagram story?
So once the Instagram story began to play, I saw the male that I believed to be Mr. Nichols at the time before actually meeting him. He was inside of a vehicle. It appeared to be a Chevy, gray in color. He was sitting inside the passenger seat of that vehicle. Next to him was a red bag.
Are the objections overruled? Go ahead.
You remember my question?
No.
What did you see on the video?
Oh, okay. As the video began to play, there was a male I suspected to be Mr. Nichols sitting inside the driver's seat of the Chevy. It was a gray and color Chevy. The door was open. He had a red bag that I could see like in the background, and what appeared to be in his hand was suspected marijuana. He was twirling it up in the bag while talking to some individuals outside the vehicle, one being an older lady, making statements as like she won't, that the old.
I'm sorry, Judge. Yeah, back.
I got you. The bag of marijuana that was being twirled in his finger.
One individual being an older female, which the conversation went to auntie want her young nigga and Quay trying to be a victim. And you see Mr. Nichols say, I'm trying to be a victim for the video. I'm sorry, and also in the background behind the older lady with a elderly lady for the two-door white vehicle.
And about how long was you doing that? And once you saw that video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately called my team there to further investigate. That would require me to information on the radio or call the people or something. Let them know the station location to be here and I just with me. Those individuals who were met me at the station location.
What we were going in to do, and who we were looking for, and what we were looking for, and then we would have proceeded to that location. I would also make my sergeant aware, and K9.
And 2612 Steel, can you tell us where is that location?
2612 Steel is in the Cleveland Avenue corridor. It runs right off of Cleveland Avenue. The driveway may be from where I'm sitting just out into the hallway, from the actual street of Cleveland Avenue to the entrance of the apartment complex.
Were you able to make contact with officers when you set aside a staging location?
I was.
Where was that staging location?
The staging location was at well, I'm not sure if it was open, but it used to be the Piggly Wiggly. It's right across the street off of Cleveland Avenue.
And once you met with officers at the staging location, did you give them instruction as you just discussed?
I did.
What happened next?
Then we would all caravan over to the location and begin our investigation.
And did you all go over to that location?
Yes.
Tell the jury what occurred as you were going over to that location.
So as we made our approach, upon turning or crossing over the street, since it was literally across the street, I heard an individual yell out 12, which is slang.
Basis. I'll rephrase this to the form. You can lay a little more foundation, madam.
Let me ask you this. Were you all in patrol vehicles?
We were.
And were they marked patrol vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
And the term 12, what's that mean?
It's
What was your understanding?
I'll overrule the objection.
What is your understanding of 12?
12 is slang for police.
And in your experience, have you heard individuals yell out 12 previously?
Yes.
And in your experience, when someone yells out 12, what happened?
Individuals that's engaged in criminal activity, that gives them like a...
I'll sustain this to form. All right, you can rephrase, madam. I'll strike the last word, ladies and gentlemen, just disregard the criminal activity issue.
When you heard 12, did you hear someone yell out 12?
I did.
When you heard 12, in this case, what occurred? What did you see?
Upon entering the actual apartment and making the turn, I was able to see the suspected vehicle, which was a small Chevy, and a white vehicle still sitting next to it. As we made our way to progress, this is only in seconds as well, as we made our way to progress through the parking lot, I noticed that the door for the Chevy was locked remotely, causing the horn and stuff to beep, and the lights to actually flash to, signify that the vehicle is locked. And then we made our approach to the white Toyota Solara.
And with 12, in your training experience, is that an alert that police are coming?
Yes.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yes. Yes.
Once you got inside and you saw the gray vehicle with the lights click on and off, what happened once you got closer to the vehicle?
Once I got closer to the vehicles, I then exited my patrol vehicle. As soon as I began to exit my patrol vehicle, I smelled the smell of burning marijuana. I then began asking individuals outside, like, hey, who has the weed? Where's the marijuana at? I then made my way over in between the two vehicles that I saw or believed to see in the Instagram photo, and where I encountered Mr. Nichols. I asked them, did they have any marijuana, because it seemed like the smell was coming from within the vehicle. I then detained Mr. Nichols and the passengers in the vehicle, as well as the individuals standing around the gray Chevy.
So let's slow that down a little bit. When you approached the gray vehicle that you saw in the video with Mr. Nichols, was there anyone in that vehicle?
No, that vehicle was empty.
All right. And you said that he was in another vehicle. Where was that vehicle?
He was in a Toyota Solara that was parked maybe like 4 feet away. He was in like the door frame, sitting on like the where you step out of the vehicle. He was sitting right there, leaning over towards a female passenger or driver.
Now, in the door, was he on the driver's side or the passenger side?
He was on the driver's side.
Okay, and was the driver's side of the Solara, what color was the Solara?
Solara was white, two-door.
Right, two-door. Was the driver's side closer to the driver's side of the gray vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And describe, was the gray vehicle pointed back in?
So the gray vehicle was back then facing, if somebody was about to leave the parking lot, facing to leave out, and the white Solara was parked facing the actual apartment. So they were facing opposite directions.
And Mr. Nichols was crouched in between the door.
Yes.
All right. Where, you said there were two females in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, where were they seated?
Both in the front passenger seats. Well, front seats. One was in the driver's seat. The second female was in the passenger seat.
When you first approached, did you see any type of keys or anything that goes to the gray vehicle?
No, not upon my immediate approach.
So once you said you smell for marijuana, what happened?
I detained everybody and then began my search of the vehicle for the actual marijuana.
Which vehicle did you
The white Toyota Solara. I began to notice small crumbs, or what is referred to as shake, of marijuana throughout the vehicle on the floorboard. Upon walking around to the passenger side of the vehicle where the other young lady was sitting, I noticed a blunt of marijuana sitting on the ground outside, just outside of the door of that vehicle.
Now, once you notice the marijuana on the passenger side door, what happens next?
I then collect that marijuana. I believe I got IDs from everyone, and check those IDs on our system.
Okay. Once you check the IDs, what happened next?
I then walked back and I took my flashlight, peered inside of the gray vehicle, and got an update from K9, who was already en route, as to how long it would take them to get out there to continue my investigation, on which I initially came for the gray Chevy vehicle.
And why did you call K9?
Because that's a normal practice. Whenever I have like a suspicion of some type of drug investigation, I have them come out to assist, as well as another resource in identifying and locating where possible drugs may be in that crime scene.
As you waited for the K9 to come, did you ever locate a key for the gray vehicle?
I did. So upon that initial search, where I noticed the shake, there was the center console. I lifted up the center console and located blunt spray and what appeared to be a Chevy key. The blunt spray.
Okay, all right, folks. Ms. Hilton, have you got the next exhibit queued up? Okay. All right, jurors ready, sir?
Yes, sir. All rise for the jury.
Okay. You all right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, when we left off, I think you're getting prepared to play Exhibit 68I for the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may publish it this time.
Auntie right here, talking about she want her a young nigga, and Quay right here Quay right here trying to get in. Auntie saying she want her a young nigga. Man, showed it, man. My boy, man, I got part of them.
All right, Sergeant Ross. Now,
Auntie right here, talking about she want her a young nigga, and Quay right here.
is that the individual that you saw us play when you were watching the video?
Yes, ma'am.
And that stopped at 68 I at 3 seconds?
He trying, Quay right here trying to get in. Auntie saying she want her a young nigga. Man, showed it, man. My boy, man, I got part of them.
And looking here, is that inside the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what vehicle is it?
That's ended up being the Chevy Sonic.
And when you look at the side of the vehicle, do you see the red object?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I believe you may be able to, on your screen, circle where you see the red object.
Tap that. So you see that corner? Yeah. And press the pen. All right. And circle where you see the red object. And initially, when you saw the video, did you know what was in that object? I mean, what was in that bag?
No, ma'am.
All right. And I'm just gonna go back, and that stopped at 15 seconds and 68 I.
Quay right here trying to get in.
Can you see what's inside of his hand?
Briefly, is what I saw is what I believe to be suspected marijuana.
And where do you see what you believe to be the suspected marijuana?
If you could go back, but it's right there in the hand.
I'm gonna catch this video.
I'm over the objection. Since you have two circles on the video, can you distinguish or cause one to go away?
So we go to the eraser, which is the second.
Are you ready to draw a new one?
Yes.
Okay.
Then go back to the pen.
Yes, ma'am.
On the CD, excuse me.
Continue objection.
Yes, ma'am.
And y'all are gonna fast forward. Is that the picture?
Yes, ma'am.
And right now, where are you driving? What street are we looking at?
We're facing Cleveland Avenue is running to the left and to the right. Directly across the street is Steel Avenue.
And this one is sound to your body camera.
So the sound started at 2 minutes.
Fellas, what's going on? Who got the weed over here? Nobody? Yeah, it's coming from right here. I ain't crazy. You don't smoke no weed? How about you, man? But it's coming from right here. Do me a favor, I'm going to detain you, man. Step up, step up.
Why you detaining?
Step up, because this whole area smells like weed, so we're going to detain all y'all. If I can search you, that's fine. We'll get to that. I'm not locking you up. Listen to me. I'm detaining you.
Your Honor.
I'm detaining you. Detaining you means
Yes, I have an objection.
Continuing objection, ma'am?
Well, just
And we haven't always taken up already?
further hearsay objection.
Overruled
right,
objection.
thank you.
Okay.
you're not going to jail. You're not under arrest right now. You got me? You understand? All right. Hold him tight. Ma'am, anything in this vehicle I need to know about? You mind stepping out of the vehicle? How about you, Miss Lady?
Why are you going?
This your car? It's our car? Okay.
William Robert Baker. William Robert.
Hell, I got him detained. It's a blunt right here on the ground. On the ground, and some shake all in this car, in one of the cars over here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, Corn, whoever that was answer, what's your ETA out here?
Talking about Canaan?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should be out there in about 10 minutes.
I copy.
Cross y'all, is that 2612 still?
Yeah.
She knows that's tail.
Well, I got 3. It's another group of guys, about 4 more guys that's not in handcuffs standing out around here. As soon as we pulled in, they locked the door on the car. Oh boy. Oh, y'all got ID on y'all?
Anytime you see some stuff.
Can I take you? Nah, you got hang tight right here. You ain't got no ID? You got a name? Come walk over here with me. You got a license? Never had one? From what? From prison?
Yeah.
Okay. Spell it for me. Last name. Nichholls. First name. Quumarivious. What's your birthday?
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
Is it about a new issue, madam, or anything? All right, you may continue, madam.
What you said?
My address is 768 History Avenue, apartment 1.
Okay. That's what you said now?
Yeah, that's my that's really my address.
All right, cool.
You just told me you live here. Nah, man, my brother don't stay up down there. Come on, man. Man, I'm making so good.
I mean, why are we making a difference? I'm not making a difference. We told you why we would detain you.
But that's my name, though. That's my name.
I said, okay. I ain't say you were lying to me. Yeah.
No, I was just, why you say you live here when you say you live on Cascade?
Looks like you got ID. Appreciate it.
You gotta explain that to you. Yeah, they said they don't necessarily got to like the rest, but that's true. All of it, like you get this council. Yeah.
Let's see what we're talking about. It's really different. Good one.
that way?
Yeah, this is a car came out. Just 2 cars came out. Nobody.
Cars? Like, what? So, boy, I think it's somebody, he was hitting the corner.
Yeah, somebody was.
Yeah, I heard.
But no, it wasn't him.
And then when I looked down, I saw a guy. I saw his shadow and he was gone. So
Yeah.
he was running.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's why I was trying to get you guys to go.
Yeah, we didn't see anybody running. All I saw is a couple of guys walking this way, but I don't think they came from here. I think they came from the gas station. Right? So that's why we were I don't know.
Was it Sun? Yeah. There's a lot of songs came out. See what we get out of it. Got a little bit of weed right there, but that was it right now. It's shaking their car.
What's calling it? The Chevy Charger or whatever it was. So he was just saying because it didn't want to come in. The Chevy, they locked it as soon as they pulled in. Oh, that one? Yes.
Yeah.
It's going in.
Yeah, he said he'd be here in 10 minutes, so. Gentlemen, y'all got ID?
I got him.
You got here? You ran it? You got? How old are you? How? You got ID? Never had ID? Okay, come on with me. I'm just for the rain name. Got an extra pound for you. He be entertained, man. He a grown man now. Boy. Yeah. They stuck. Stand right here. What's your name, sir?
Q-U-A-Y.
Last name. Spell it.
A-R-N-O-L-D.
First name.
Quaitez.
Spell it.
Q-U-A-Y. Y. T-E-Z.
Date of birth.
January 29, 2001.
Okay. January what?
29.
Where you stay at?
40 Mile Road.
You said you had ID before?
Yes.
You sure that's your name?
Yes.
Arnold.
A-R-N-O-L-D.
First name?
Quaitez.
Spell it.
Q-U-A-Y-T-E-Z.
Date of birth is?
January 29, 2001.
That ain't coming back, man. It was out of Georgia?
It was in Georgia. I'm honestly telling you the truth.
How long ago was that?
It probably when I had got it when I was 16.
Was it ID or was it a license?
When you go to 7 minutes you try to get a job, you try to something like that.
So you went to the DMV and
Yeah.
got an actual ID? Okay. All right, just hang tight.
He's Baker, but they wanted me. I guess she wants to take a look at it, right?
Yeah. Okay, appreciate it. All right, now they're here, I'll talk to them. Y'all got the rundown? Okay. Okay.
That was really the only car that was here.
Yeah. The blunt and all the blunt, the actual blunts that they broke down right there is proof that we ain't crazy. I know I ain't crazy, man. I smell weed. Then everybody holler, oh, I don't smoke. Okay. Somebody do.
Yeah. Just go with the changes. Let's do the search. So
But not even thinking about the work done. Exactly.
I'm looking forward to this.
See this winter? You don't like winter?
I like Christmas. That's all it is.
Because you get gifts.
No, I just like Christmas time.
Oh, okay.
I'm a in the spirit kind of person.
So you decorate? Okay.
Full of stockings up and everything. I like Florida's Christmas because we don't get real ones.
Gotcha. Y'all in zone 3? What's on y'all in? Y'all in 3?
4.
Y'all in 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah. In the front over here on this side. This your car? Whose keys? Are those your car keys? In the glove compartment.
I don't know where they were going in exactly.
So what do your keys look like?
They in the long in the
Gotcha. Hang tight. Take one step back from me, Chief. Appreciate it. You can have a seat on the ground if you want to. You want to sit right here? Oh, no. Hang tight. Just need to read her these. Man, walk with me. What's your name? Jessica what? Jessica Lindley, okay. This right here is a waiver to counsel. It's basically me reading you your rights and you advising that you understand and if you want to speak with me and if you don't want to speak with me. You understand? No, you're not, but you're detained. So in order for me to properly speak with you, I have to read you these rights. Now, you can say you don't want to talk. You can say you do want to talk. It's up to you. It's just what I have to do before I actually can talk to you in depth, okay? Basically, possession of marijuana. Huh?
Where's the weed?
I'm just saying that you just asked me what what we're gonna be talking about. The offense that this will be related to is possession of marijuana. You understand? Okay. So without delay, I'm gonna read this right. Yeah. Stand right there. That red Everlast. Oh, hey, girl. Yeah, I got hang tight. One, I made silent and did not statement at all. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. I need you to speak a little bit louder. You understand that? Okay. All right. You gotta say so if you don't want to. Right. Number 2, that any statement I make will be used against me in the court of law.
Yes.
All right. 3, that I have the right to consult with an attorney before making any statement and to have said attorney present with me while I'm making the statement.
Yes.
All right. 4, that if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, I have the right to have one appointed to me by the courts to represent me, to consult with him before making any statement and to have him present while I'm making any statement.
Yes.
Okay. 5, that if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked of me until an attorney is present to represent me.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. All right. So with all that being read, have you been threatened, forced, or coerced in any type of coerces? Like, have I tricked you or made you say that you want to talk to me? Do you feel like you've been made to talk to me?
No.
All right. With that being said, would you like to talk to me?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to know what's going on.
All right. There are a pair of car keys in your center console right now. They belong to a Chevy. Are those your car keys?
No.
Okay. Whose car keys are those?
I'm not sure who the car it is. Like,
No,
driving.
I got you. But who put the car keys in the center console?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm in my own word in my phone.
So you don't know who's been in and out of your car?
A couple of the boys I had, like, we hang out here.
I got you. Which ones? The young man that's detained right
Yes,
there.
Mr. Sharp.
With the fatigue pants on. That
Yes, hold on, pause. Basis? Overruled. May continue. Overruled.
that was sitting in your car when I got there. Was he?
That's my best friend.
I got you.
He always like.
So he's been in your vehicle. Okay, got you. Anybody else? Who else? Nobody else has been in besides him, you, and the female that's with you.
Oh, it's supposed to be them. Then my doors were open, like when I pulled up, like they stand by the car. But I didn't see nobody put no keys in mine.
You didn't see your console open up or anything.
It's broke, so it.
But it was closed. No, I'm saying it's closed. So you have to physically grab it, open it, put whatever you putting it in there, and close it back.
That's what I'm telling you. It's broke. It's flat. It stayed up. Like you can go check it out.
No, I just checked it out. It closed, and when I went to open it, now I can understand that I can pull it back into the open, but it don't just open by itself to where you can put keys in there.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Somebody had to physically open it.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Who physically opened something in your car? Gotcha. All right. Have y'all been smoking weed out here? Who was?
I be shit. Like I mean,
You know, because I'm gonna tell you how you know, right? Because you say I didn't, and then when I say who, you pause. You know who smoked it.
I'm saying they can get in trouble for smoking weed. No.
Yeah, I mean it's illegal, but I mean if I ain't find no weed on them.
Huh. It was a game to get my ears.
All right,
I don't know a lot of
was your friend and
my friend, like,
your friend and your best friend? Okay, y'all smoking weed?
No.
Nobody in that car was smoking weed.
No.
So why did I find it? I found a blunt right next to where you were sitting at.
And
car.
I found the blunt right next to where you were sitting at.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when we pull out here, they crowd around my car. Like, I can't give you no exact.
But nobody in your car was smoking weed. That's what I'm trying to make sure. Okay.
They was around it. That's why I said, when you
Gotcha.
said come back to weed, you can't do no weed in my car. They probably.
Well, it's shaking your car, so it's definitely weed in your car at times. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, you know that. I mean, I'm just going out with it. So, I mean, ain't no need in all the cap. So, it's cool. I mean, it plays along into what I'm doing, but you being truthful would help out even more.
I can't give you no, like, exact.
I got you, but is weed smoked in your vehicle?
Yeah, I have fun.
Gotcha. Is weed in that gray vehicle right there?
I'm not sure. Like,
have you seen anybody?
Been out here long, period.
How long have you been out here?
Probably like 30 minutes.
30 minutes. In that 30 minutes, have you seen anybody go to that gray vehicle?
No.
Nobody at all.
Because like I said, when we pull up out here, they crowd around ours.
One more question. Here's the kicker, right? So I came in. When I came in, I looked over at that vehicle. The lights went off to lock that vehicle. The keys for that vehicle are in your car. So somebody in that car locked that car. Somebody in your car locked that car.
Did you ask me to call me?
I asked all y'all. Nobody said nothing, and that's fine, because we're going to get to the bottom of them before we let anybody go out here. But somebody in that car, and you know who locked the car. I mean, it's pointless. I got you. Well, that's fine.
Keys, I never drive my car. So my keys are in this shit.
You have a license? Who drove your car here? She don't have a license. Oh, man.
She just pulled right here.
No. You can't change it now. See, this is okay. That's the first lie, right? We just trying to get to the bottom of the lies. No, I got you. I believe you don't know who keys they are, but who locked the car is the question. That's all I care about. Who locked the car? And there was somebody in the car with you. So I mean, it don't matter to me, because I'm gonna hold y'all here until I find out what I need to find out. Huh?
I didn't see y'all pull out.
Oh, I understand that, but I know two things I know you heard. You heard somebody holler 12, but they came from in here. And then you seen somebody lift up the thing, unlock the car. Lock the car and put the keys back down in there.
So it happened right when y'all pulled.
Right when I pulled in there. It was perfect. It was like, oh, boom. Why they lock the keys to that car? Then the keys to that car are in your car. So you didn't lock it. You didn't even know they were in there. Cool. All right. You can come on, stand back over here. Let you know you're going to be here because I got to go do some paperwork. I'm going to go swear out a warrant for the vehicle. So just hang tight. All right. Y'all can just hang tight for a minute. I'm going to go to a precinct and knock out the paperwork. Appreciate it. You ready? You ready? Who was all in the car? Nobody was in the gray car. They were, those three were in this car. When we pulled up, they locked the gray car. The dog done hit on the gray car. The keys for the gray car are in this car. In this car. The key, this car right here belongs to the chick in the red hat. She said she was all on her phone. Yeah. She said she was all on her phone. She didn't pay attention if anybody let the thing up and lock the car, or if any little bit of weed right here. That's where it was. I got everything for intent right here. You probably saw we caught the tail end of it. Yeah, it's weed in there. It ain't that much. Probably like 12 grams or some shit. Yeah, I did. I gotta go. Yeah, we got it's shake all in there. I gotta go back through it one more time. The gun right here under this seat. It's right here. It's under this seat. Yeah. You got some gloves on you, Hornet? I have. Dang, let's come get this one. When you get a chance, grab this one. There's one under this seat too.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, never mind.
I was wondering, I was like, do you want gloves to put on your hands? Because I don't think they're going to fit your hands.
You gotta go on the back side. It's deep underneath.
Oh, it's deep.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I stick your hands in this way. I don't think I can fit in my hands. You might well. Strong as it is.
Yeah. You can't reach that damn pull right there. There's another one? What was that on that? Under the rug. Okay. You were standing right here when he got the first one?
Yeah.
Where was the first one at?
It was right on the seat. That one was.
Point to where it was at for me.
The first one was right here. It was right on
Hey,
the seat.
okay, all right.
It's like that sticking out. You can
All
see
right.
it.
And this second one, show me where you. Okay.
I can't hear this shit.
Hang on. Hang on. Make sure. See if there's a safety on there.
Well, the safety's right here.
Is it on? No, it's on red, so it'll shoot.
No, but oh, you mean?
Yeah, you don't want. Yeah, I got you. Just put it on just in case. You gotta get you some too, man.
What? Some
Yeah. Do me a favor and check that on
Brother Nate.
yeah, Verizon.
I got all these.
Either you don't got a birthday though. I mean, either way, whichever one you want to do it on, give me that. Appreciate it. Supervisor left. Yeah.
And did that conclude your two body cams that are related to this particular incident?
Yes.
How much time passed between the time you saw the ID video and the time that you went over to see it?
Approximately 20 minutes.
So after the search, what was found in the video?
After the search, we recovered 17 grams of marijuana, a scale, a plastic bag, some sandwich box bag with a sandwich box with smaller plastic bags inside of it, as well as 3 firearms located throughout the vehicle.
And with the 3 firearms that you found located throughout the vehicle, did you run those firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of them you had when you ran those firearms?
I believe 2 came back stolen, and 1 we had no indications of stolen.
And you said you believe you could look at a copy of the report, how it was questioned.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's the Market States Exhibit 85R. First, what is Exhibit 85R?
It appears to be an official police report completed by me through the Atlanta Police Department.
But looking at this Exhibit 85R, how the question memory as to how many guns were broken.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Okay.
It showed that 2 of the firearms, the Glock and the Smith & Wesson, to be stolen.
Okay. Where was the Glock stolen from?
Stand by. I need to refresh my recollection. The Glock was stolen out of Atlanta Police Department.
And then what about the Smith?
It's stolen out of Clayton County.
And did you collect all of the items that were found inside?
I did. Can you ask that question again? What do you mean?
Did you collect those items?
Yeah, it was a group effort. I mean, yeah, okay.
A better question. Were those items collected?
They were.
And were those items subsequently transported to APD's property?
They were.
With the guns specifically, were they found with rounds inside? Objection.
I sustain the objection to.
How were the guns found?
I believe the firearms were loaded. I'm not sure with the capacity of each firearm.
Did you put the ammunition inside of your report?
I believe so.
We're looking at your report, how professional.
Yes. So for 2 of them, the Glock was loaded with 11 rounds, and the Smith & Wesson was loaded with 5 rounds. I'm not sure if the Phoenix was unloaded. I didn't see any round count for that one.
Mr. Pierce. I'm going to first show you what has been shown to the defense counsel and previously marked as State's Exhibit number 71I. Do you recognize 71I?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 71I?
The bag is a properly concealed bag for us to turn in evidence. Inside of the bag is what appears to be the marijuana collected from the vehicle, as well as the blunt that was collected from the ground during the incident.
Now, I want you to take a moment. You can open and look at State's Exhibit 70I.
I can go help.
You go.
Okay. Inside is the red Xfinity bag that was collected from the vehicle. Inside the red Xfinity bag is the one of the bags containing possible marijuana that we recovered, as well as the sandwich bags with extra bags inside of it. Another sandwich bag, scale, digital scale, as well as a third box of sandwich bag.
And these items, the 3 boxes of sandwich bags, the digital scale, and this other baggie appear to be what you collected back in October of 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Ryan, at this time, say like the tender, State's Exhibit 71I, and this
Some of those.
70I with all the content within 70I.
Just 70I?
And 71I.
And Mr. Westmore, any objection to state 70 or 70I?
Yes, absolutely, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
Okay. I'm going to rule admit over your objection.
Commissioner Publisher.
Publish as you see fit.
All right. And first looking at 71I. And now look at the contents within 70I. In your experience or your knowledge and experience as an officer, what is this?
A digital scale,
And what is it used for?
weighing items, and as it relates to narcotics, weighing the.
Oh, I'll sustain the objection. Lay aluminum foundation.
In your experiences also, have you seen one of these scales as it relates to narcotics? Objection.
I'll stand as the form.
Have you ever seen this
Yes,
in your job as a police officer?
yes.
When have you seen this as your job as a police officer?
I've seen it as in situations as like this, where you have a possible intent to distribute case. There'll be scales, various sizes, depending on the quantity of weed that's seized or that's being moved through a location, that is used to weigh the amount of narcotics being distributed.
And as a police officer, when you see the marijuana, the scale, and 3 boxes of baggies, what does that indicate to you?
All that is indicative of the crime of possession with intent to distribute controlled substance narcotics.
And next. First, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 72I. Tell me if you recognize 72I.
72I is a firearm that was seized from the Chevy Sonic on the day of the incident.
And what type of weapon is 72? What type of weapon is 72?
It's a Smith & Wesson pistol.
Also now looking at 73I.
State's exhibit is a Glock 20 10 millimeter firearm with a magazine that was seized on the day of the incident from the vehicle.
And now looking at 74I.
.74I is the Phoenix arm pistol that was seized from the day of the incident with a magazine.
And 72I, 73I, and 74I all appear to be those guns recovered from the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time the state legislature states exhibit 72, 73, and 74I into evidence.
Any objection, madam?
Your same objection.
All right, they'll be admitted over your objection. The court will admit 72I, 73I, and 74I may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in that same fashion, when you see guns mixed around with the narcotics, what does that indicate to you?
I sustain the objection as to form.
In your experience, officer, have you seen guns with drugs in your experience?
Yes.
And as a police officer, when you see guns with drugs, what does that indicate to you?
Foundation, Judge.
I sustain it's the foundation and speculation as well at this point in time.
How often
You
have
want to phrase
you,
it?
sure, Your Honor. How often have you seen drugs and guns?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
Quite frequently during my times in Apex.
And as an Apex officer, when you see the drugs and the guns together, what does that indicate?
Your Honor, foundation.
I'll overrule the objection.
It's used as a tool to prevent possible.
Overruled.
As a tool to possibly prevent the actual stealing of the narcotics or the proceed earned from selling narcotics.
And now looking at, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 73I. And then last one, publish State 74I. Now, on October 23rd, 2018, did you arrest anyone?
Yes,
Who did you arrest?
Mr. Nichols.
And what did you charge him?
I believe possession of narcotics with intent to distribute, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you two exhibits. First, State's Exhibit 69I. Do you recognize this? State's Exhibit 69I.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 69I?
It's a social media handle that is suspected of being Mr. Nichols.
And when did you pull or when did you observe this particular post?
Observed it. I'm not sure. It would have been at some point that day. I believe
I sustain it's the form, but you.
Well, first, okay, so you say that day, what day?
the day of the incident.
Would that be October 23rd, 2018?
That or into the 24th because my body camera jumps into the 24th.
Okay, so at some point in time, on the day of the incident or in the early morning hours of the next day, you saw this post?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the same Instagram handle where you saw the video earlier that day?
Yes.
Earlier the day before?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair representation of the picture you saw on that post on October 23rd or October 24th, 2018?
Yes, as well as what he would have been wearing that day.
You said it was what he was wearing that day?
Yes.
And is that in the same Instagram handle as you said earlier was the Instagram handle for Department of Investigation?
Overruled.
Yes.
You're right, this time the state would like to admit 6 Exhibit 69I inside.
Any further objection, madam?
This number is not relevant. She still did like the foundation for the authentication for the photo itself. Not that he saw the photo, but the photo.
Your Honor.
Has a photo in 69I been changed or altered in any way?
No, Your Honor.
I'll overrule your objection. I'll note your objection, continuing objection for the record, okay? Yes, and I'm going to admit, say 69I, maybe publish as you see fit.
And is that the picture that you saw either?
I'm Hobby, and I got Botox Cosmetic. There was a particular photograph. The lines were so prominent. It's all I saw. It made me feel like, okay, it was time to get Botox Cosmetic. I'm still Hobby, but I just have fewer lines.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
It says, keep yourself even when you broke, exclamation mark, bad, hashtag bad season, hashtag slime.
Hashtag slime.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. This is, what community was this in? This occurred?
The Cleveland Avenue community.
Were you aware while you were an Apex officer of any gang activity within the Cleveland Avenue? Objection.
Basis.
It's not relevant.
Foundation?
Foundation.
I'll sustain as a foundation.
As a police officer working in Zone 3, were you aware of gang activity in Zone 3?
Yes.
And how were you aware of gang activity within Zone 3?
Through knowledge of, investigators from the gang unit, as well as, reviewing some of the Instagram handles. I saw what I suspected to be, gang.
I sustain the question, the answer.
Your Honor, it's the same thing as suspected marijuana, suspected drugs. He said, well, he suspected it to be this or what he saw.
Gotta lay more foundation in terms of that, though, madam. So I sustain the objection.
What type of thing did you see?
At various times, you could see individuals throwing up what's been assumed as the. I'm not accepting.
What?
Okay. As a relation to the community overall, individuals throwing up hand motions that are to this effect.
Okay. And what did you understand that particular gang sign to be?
I understood that to be related to YSL.
Okay. And inside the community in Cleveland, in Zone 3, where in Zone 3 would you see that type of? In Zone 3, did you see anything else associated with the YSL?
It was some, what's the word? Tagging is a graffiti word. It's a graffiti term for spray paint, where you see buildings or whatever marked with YSL or slat or slime or various phrases that, is known to be associated.
Basis.
Lack of foundation, he's saying is.
I'll overrule the objection this time.
To be associated with YSL.
And where would you see that type of tag, slat, YSL, or slime?
On various walls.
Okay.
Yes.
Where?
Oh, in the community. I can't off the top of my head think of one right now.
Was it near Cleveland Avenue? Was it near Steel?
Well,
I'm going to overrule the objection. I sustain it as to leading.
Where is Oakford? Would you see these types of tags?
Along, the whole Cleveland Avenue area, it's all one street, so it has various streets that branch off. You may see it on an apartment, building along, one of the neighboring streets off of Cleveland Avenue, but that's the main, thoroughfare corridor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's going to mark as State's Exhibit 84I. Oh, excuse me, Your Honor. If I didn't, I would like to tender State's Exhibit 69I into evidence.
Sorry.
I think it's 84I. What's State's Exhibit 84I?
It appears to be an aerial view of Cleveland Avenue, Steele Avenue, and some of the neighboring businesses and residents in the area.
And does that appear to be a fair accurate depiction of that Cleveland Avenue area near Steele?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the area in which this incident from October of 2018 occurred? This time, say like State's Exhibit 84I into evidence.
Just for demonstrative?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection, Ms. Westmoreland?
Relevant.
I'll admit over your objection. All right. For demonstrative purposes.
And if you can just kind of orient the jury starting from 75 and bring them over to Steele area.
Okay. So to the right of the photo, you have 75, which runs north and south.
The right or the left?
I'm sorry. The left of the photo, you have 75 that runs north and south. You have what appears to be a neighboring street or oncoming, the roadway leading on to 75. At the bottom of the screen, you have Cleveland Avenue, a nearby Chevron.
So you can actually do one of two things so that the jurors in the back can hear you.
Okay.
You can either use that same symbol earlier and point and use your arrow and then turn this way. I know it's gonna be kind of hard.
I got you.
And you can use that to point to where you're seeing Cleveland Avenue.
Okay. So right here, you have 75, 85, which runs north and south. Then right here, we have Cleveland Avenue, which runs east and west along, 75, 85. And then we have the Steele Avenue street and the apartments and parking lot area where the actual search and investigation took place. And then we have neighboring businesses and the actual residents of, the apartment complex.
And going straight, you kind of going up Steele, past 2612 Steele. What if anything is behind that's not indicated in it?
Another apartment complex, but I'm not sure the name.
Okay, but that's another apartment complex.
Yes.
After securing your arrest warrant and taking the items to the APC property and evidence, did that conclude your involvement as it relates to this particular case?
I believe so, yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Officer Ross.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
Okay, so you do not know when this video, the social media post, you do not know when it was created, correct?
I do not.
All right. And you do not know who posted it, correct? You cannot say that for a fact?
I cannot say who posted.
Okay. And in fact, you do not know who filmed the video, correct?
I do not.
You do not. All right. And you do not know what approximate time that you saw the post, correct?
Well, in my narrative, it says 20 minutes.
No, what time you saw. Yes, you do not know.
No.
Okay, and you do not know what device that you were using to see this post, correct?
Nah, hang on, because you said
I don't know what time it happened. If we comparing the body camera video to when I'm saying 20 minutes of my report, it would have been roughly approximately that time.
You don't know when the video was created. You don't know if it was created and posted on the same day. You do not know.
We're not talking about that though. We're talking about you saying how long after me seeing the video. That's what you just said.
That is not what I said at all. Let's just go back a little bit. Let's slow down. Okay? All right. Right now, I am just asking questions about the post itself.
Gotcha.
Okay? I'm not talking about your body camera. All right. Okay. So I asked you, you do not know when the video, meaning the Instagram video, when it was created. You do not know that, correct?
No.
Okay. Because you didn't make it. You don't know.
No.
All right. And you do not know who filmed the video. You weren't there. You do not know.
No.
Okay. And you do not know when the approximate time that the video was posted, correct?
No.
Okay. And you do not know where you were when you were watching this video, correct?
No.
Okay. And in fact, you do not know the device that you even used to watch this video, right?
My city cell phone.
Huh?
My city cell?
You're saying your cell phone?
Yeah, my city cell phone.
Your city cell phone? Okay. Do you remember another occasion where I asked you that question?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you don't remember saying that you did not know?
I'm pretty sure I said my city cell phone at the time as well.
All right. Don't worry. We can move on. All right. So you're watching this post, right? And you see what you believe to be a small bag of marijuana, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you see this post and you call your supervisor?
I notify him, yes.
All right. And you get a caravan together?
Yes.
All right. And you find a staging location?
Yes.
Okay. And you call, and several officers meet you at the staging location?
Yes.
All right. And you do this briefing session with your other officers?
Yes.
To go get this marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you arrive at the apartment complex, right?
Yes.
And when you get there, Mr. Nichols, who you believe to be Mr. Nichols, he's not even in that car, the gray car anymore, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you a question. Let me make sure that I'm clear on this. You saw another post on that same social media account from the day before or earlier that day with the same clothes on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So anyway, so you get to the apartment. Mr. Nichols is not in the white Toyota.
No. He's in the white Toyota.
Excuse me. He's not in the gray Sonic.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, he's now in a different car. He's in a white Toyota, right?
Yes.
All right. And there are two other people in the white Toyota with him, correct?
Yes.
Right. The two females that we just saw.
Yes.
Okay. And there are several individuals standing outside. That's fair.
Yes.
Okay. And of these individuals standing outside, they're males, they're females, it's both, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me ask you, sitting on top of the gray car, okay? The gray car.
Okay.
You saw individuals sitting on the gray car, right?
Yes.
All right. And you saw individuals standing beside the gray car, correct?
Yes.
None of which was Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
All right. And so you park your patrol car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get out. And you testify that you smell marijuana in the air, right?
Yes.
And specifically, you said you smell burnt marijuana in the air, correct? Yes. Okay. Now, Mr. Nichols, you approached Mr. Nichols immediately, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have any marijuana in his hand, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't observe him smoking any marijuana, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have a firearm in his hand or anything of that nature, right?
He didn't.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, when you approached Mr. Nichols, you and the other individuals, you asked them about marijuana, right?
I did.
And Mr. Nichols told you he didn't have any.
He did.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Nichols said, "Officer, you can search me."
He did.
Okay. You asked Mr. Nichols for his name.
I did.
He provided it to you.
He did.
He gave you his real name.
He did.
It's fair to say he was cooperative.
He was.
Okay. Now, several other individuals was outside. You checked their IDs, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you put them in handcuffs?
Yeah, somebody did.
Okay. And you didn't see them committing any crimes?
No.
Okay. And it would be fair to say throughout your whole time in this apartment complex that all of these individuals, they didn't give you any trouble, did they?
No.
Pretty cooperative.
They were.
Okay. All right, so now you called for the K-9 unit, right?
Checked on the ETA, yes.
Okay, and you observed the K-9 unit patrol, walk around the area with the K-9 officer, right?
I did.
Okay. And out of all of these individuals outside and the cars outside, you didn't observe the K-9 alert anything beside that one car, right?
To my knowledge.
To your knowledge, okay. All right, so out of all of the individuals that was congregating that evening, no one else was arrested, right?
Correct.
All right, so they weren't arrested for drugs, right?
Correct.
Okay, and they weren't arrested for guns, right?
Correct.
All right, so you didn't find, crimes out there beside the one that you said that you arrested Mr. Nichols for, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and so you based your arrest for Mr. Nichols solely on what was in the gray car, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the gray car that he was not in when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay, the gray car that you couldn't pinpoint what time that he may have been in that car, correct? You don't know, I asked you that earlier.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and Officer Ross, let me just ask you this. You're aware that the marijuana charge against Mr. Nichols was dismissed?
No.
You're not? No further questions.
Any further examination? Mr. Sharp?
Officer Ross, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How many people approximately were out there that night?
I'm not sure. Who are you referring to? Who are you referring to? Officers?
No, not officers, civilians, citizens.
More than 3.
More than 3? Was it more than 10?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How many total people were detained?
The people near the vehicle and the people inside the vehicle.
And how many people was that?
Without looking at the video, I'm not sure.
Give me an estimate.
I'm gonna guess, maybe 5 at least.
5? And how many people were put in handcuffs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it multiple people that were put in handcuffs?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the total amount of marijuana seized?
17 grams.
And that's a misdemeanor amount?
Standalone, yes.
Okay. You also testified to, as an officer, seeing firearms with drugs a lot.
Yes.
Okay, and your testimony was the reason for that is because the people with the drugs don't want the drugs taken.
Or the proceeds.
Or the money taken.
Yes.
So your testimony as an expert is
drug,
or as an officer, excuse me, thank you, Your Honor, is that drug dealers have guns to avoid being robbed, correct?
It's one of the reasons.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else? All right,
Yes, Judge.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell me your rank again.
Sergeant.
Sergeant. All right. Just a couple questions for you. I want to pick up where Mr. Shaw just left off. You started talking and you were asking questions toward the end of your direct examination about your time patrolling the area and you said that you are familiar with that Cleveland area, is that correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about, quote, gang activity or gang whatever in that area, right?
Yes.
And you said that you know that there's some people who, quote, throw up gang signs, I think is what you said, right?
I believe that to be a gang sign, yes.
Right. Okay. Sign you threw up while you were on the stand a little while ago was something that you said, well, that's recognized as that's what I know to be a YSL gang sign or something like that. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So let me bring this back around to this incident. You see a video on Instagram, right?
Yes.
You decide based on the video where someone's got what looks like some marijuana in their possession inside of a car, that you're going to go to that location and conduct an investigation, or I guess go find a weed, right?
Conduct an investigation, yes.
Right. You went over there with a bunch of other officers. I think your word was caravan. Right?
Yes.
To go locate this weed that you saw in the car, right?
To investigate the marijuana, yes.
Gotcha. Right. And you were very interested in doing this because you even called for the canine before you went out there.
Yes.
Right? Make sure that as you go over to this, wherever this location is, where someone's got a little bit of marijuana or some marijuana in a car, you're fully prepared, you and the other officers, right?
Yes.
And there's a canine coming to make sure that when you get there, you got what you need to search or find whatever you got to find, right?
Yes.
You get there, and as we just discussed a little while ago, there's some folks who live in the area, some citizens, right, who are there standing around, right?
I don't know where they live at. But,
yeah. Well, you know they're there, right?
Yeah, they're there.
I mean, they're not running all over the place. They're there in the location, this apartment complex where you are, right?
Yes.
Right? And what you do then is you all get out of the car and start talking to them, and you detain them, right?
Yes.
And in fact, I think the way you described it, as you walk up, let's see, you say something to the effect of on the tape that we saw, do me a favor, I'm going to detain y'all. That's what you say, right? When you walk up to these folks who just
I believe so.
Detain in your word means put them in handcuffs, these citizens, right?
Yes.
Right. Even the ones who you hadn't observed commit any crimes, these folks in their neighborhood are put in handcuffs by you because you want to detain them, you want to investigate, right?
To locate the marijuana, yes.
Locate the marijuana that you saw in a car on an Instagram post that you don't know when was posted, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so these folks who are just standing around there in their neighborhood, right, detained, quote unquote, put in handcuffs, and you tell them, as you're conducting an investigation, that you're being detained. As a matter of fact, one of them you said something to the effect of, some kid, you said, you're being detained, you're a grown man now.
Based on his age, yeah, he was considered grown by the state.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what you said to this kid who's standing around there, right?
Yeah.
He was putting handcuffs.
Well, somebody else was talking to me. I didn't say that to him.
You didn't?
Somebody was talking, somebody asked me something, and I said, he's a grown man now.
So when you said, when the words are said on the tape, and we saw the video, you being detained, you a grown man now, that ain't you?
I just said that was me. I said somebody was asking a question of him, I believe, and my response to them was, he's a grown man now.
Right. And that's the kid you're talking about who didn't have who had the ID that he had gotten to get a job or something like that, right?
I guess so.
Remember him saying that?
I don't know if he was getting a job, but I guess so.
You don't remember him saying that I went to this location to get this ID, you got to get it to have a job? You don't remember that?
I didn't really hear.
Okay. So, as you're conducting this far-ranging investigation looking for this marijuana, and you're talking to individuals who are there, right?
Yes.
Somebody says something to you and you says, you can have a seat on the ground. Remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you conduct the search and you find 17 grams of marijuana is what you found, right?
Yes.
And you found 3 guns, right?
Yes.
Mr. Nichols gets arrested.
Yes.
And that is the extent of it, right?
Yes.
Except at no point while you're conducting this investigation, while you're on the scene, is there anyone out there throwing up gang signs, right?
Correct.
All right. And nobody out there while you're conducting this investigation that you're here talking about, that you're here testifying about in this RICO racketeering gang case, throwing up gang signs saying, I'm selling some marijuana because I'm by myself. None of that, right?
I sustain the objection.
No gang signs.
No gang signs.
All right. That's all.
All right, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Ross, and you're familiar as a veteran police officer and a sergeant, the responsibilities that you have with documenting and reporting as a responding officer, collecting gang-related information when you go to these scenes, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't document that as any gang signs, any paraphernalia, any language about any gang signs that particular night, correct?
That night, no.
Okay, nothing further.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect from the state?
Yes.
All right,
How long you been a police officer?
11 years.
How long were you with the Apex unit?
3.
As an officer with APD, Apex unit, when you're conducting an investigation outside, in front of people, is it common that people throw their gang signs while you're in the midst of the investigation?
No, not when they get detained. No, yeah.
Not when they're being detained, all right? Okay. Everyone keeps talking about the marijuana. Were there weapons found as well?
Yes.
Why do you detain individuals when you first get on the scene?
Oh, well, in this sense, I didn't know who actually, had the marijuana. And we were there to conduct the actual investigation. Had several individuals in a separate car that was nearby the car in question, and I had individuals sitting on and standing, immediately behind that vehicle as well. So, as well as they've been saying, door could be closed. Somebody could be trying to move whatever we suspect of being in that car. So I found it safe to detain anybody with immediate presence from that vehicle.
And were there others? Matter of fact, in the video, was there a woman in the driver's seat?
Of the white? Yes.
And from the video, did you put her in handcuffs?
Yes.
Was she in handcuffs? From the video, the driver?
Oh, the driver, I'm not sure about her.
Okay. Was the passenger, was she free?
Yes.
Now, there has been some conversation about time. The video, again, where was it posted?
It was posted on Instagram on that page, Bitches Quay.
Okay. And I think earlier you said it was posted in the Instagram stories?
Yes.
And again, how long are the Instagram stories last?
24 hours.
All right. And I believe you testified earlier that you got to work somewhere between 2 and 3 o'clock p.m. that day?
Between 2 and 4, yes.
2 and 4, excuse me. And would you have seen the video after you got to work?
Yes.
outstanding question, Mr. Form.
What time would you have seen, approximately around what time would you have seen the video?
Objection as an answer.
Overruled.
After I got to work.
Okay. So sometime after 2, or maybe even after 4, depending on what time.
Yes.
All right.
If I can continue it, I believe it would be closer because my immediate action after seeing that video was to start gathering resources to go further investigate.
And in that Instagram video, were you able to see that white Solera?
What I believe to be the white Solera, yes.
And when you spoke with the owner of the white Solera, how long did she tell you she had been out there?
I believe it was 30 minutes.
So at best, from the time you saw the video, about how long was from the video when you saw it to when you got out there?
Objection, reading as an answer. She said,
Well, she said how long, so I'll overrule the objection.
If I said I saw the video, it took me 20 minutes to gather resources. I believe at that staging location, we drove across the street. That took minutes. So I would say, well, within that time frame that she's saying they had just got out there.
So this isn't as if, do you know, the video was posted months prior to this?
Not on the story, it wouldn't be there.
Okay. And again, once you arrived and you saw Mr. Nichols, where was he?
He was in.
Yeah, I'll sustain that objection.
And lastly, do you see Mr. Nichols in the courtroom today?
I do.
If you can identify him by article of clothing that he
Individual back in the, towards the back wearing a gray suit. It looks like a black turtleneck with some type of jewelry around his neck.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that Sergeant Ross has identified Mr. Nichols.
Yes, y'all.
And last but not least, as an Apex officer, are you responsible for charging gang activity?
No.
Okay. Who would that responsibility fall upon?
Normally it's a gang investigator or somebody assigned to the gang unit that has a very broad basis of knowledge around the topic.
I think I have no further questions.
Any further recross?
Officer Ross, the state just asked you about the firearms in the vehicle, right?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
All right, so you're aware that you charged, and I think you went over this a little bit, and you're direct, Mr. Nichols with 1, 2, 3 possession of firearms during commission of a felony, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you're aware that they were null pros, dismissed?
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't aware, but okay.
Okay. All right, and you said that it was 3 guns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, that 2 of those counts, you're aware they were dismissed?
No.
You're not? Okay. All right, now you charged Mr. Nichols, right? You filled out the arrest warrants. And you did not arrest Mr. Nichols for any gang charge, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm finished, Your Honor.
Anybody else?
Sergeant, earlier, you asked a question that you answered about the term 12. Remember that?
Yes.
You said that 12 refers to police, right?
Yes.
You said that 12 normally is people yell out 12 to alert folks that the police are coming, right?
Yes.
Would it surprise you? I mean, would you be surprised that people in the community might yell out 12 when the experience that they have is police coming in and folks who haven't done anything are just thrown in handcuffs and detained when they haven't been observed committing any crime? You think people might be concerned about the police and might want to warn about the police coming in the community when they see that kind of stuff over and over again?
Are you referring to this incident?
Sure. Well, this incident and any other incident where something like this happens.
Well, I'm not sure about any other incident, but as it refers to this incident, I believe that there was justification for detaining people, so I'm not sure what they would feel.
Justification for folks in the custody that they haven't done anything. So when you talk about the collateral, detaining folks to make sure they can conduct an investigation, put them in cuffs, is that the same principle?
You said Mr. Adams, please don't do that. That's improper commentary. No, it's improper commentary.
Okay.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay, objection, understand. That's all I've got.
All right. Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Ross, on that particular night, did you all photograph any building or any area that had any YSL graffiti in that apartment complex?
That night, no.
Anybody else? All right. Anything else from the state?
One question.
We'll see.
Do you have control of how the DA's office disposes of cases?
No.
And on that Instagram post of him in the single picture, was the word slime on his Instagram post?
It was.
And was that within the time frame of this video?
It was.
And your understanding that slime, one of those gang graffiti that you would see on the wall. You some graffiti you would see on the wall.
I sustain it as deleting.
Have you seen that word slime as graffiti?
Yes.
Anything further?
Did you forward Sergeant Ross as a requirement for SOP any of the information to any gang-related investigator?
Forward it, I'm not sure, but I believe I made them aware of it.
Is it documented in the narrative report that you completed as a requirement as an officer?
In a narrative, no. I don't believe so.
Anything further? Anybody? All right. May I excuse Officer Ross, permanent or temporary?
Permanent.
I agree with him. Officer Ross, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
No, they drilled.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is about 5:20. How about we recess for the evening? You disappointed? You all look disappointed. All right, okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a natural stopping point. So let's go ahead and just recess for the evening. Let me go ahead and make a couple of comments to you at this point in time. First, we'll start out with a nightly ad nauseum admonitions that you all have grown to love. Now that you've heard several witnesses and you've considered some of the matter, is it appropriate for you to walk and talk about this case you're going on? Is it appropriate for you to tell your friends, neighbors, and loved ones tonight about all the things that you cover in court? All right. And you're going to post otherwise on any social media platform or phone a friend and tell them all the things that you learned thus far? All right. Okay, I think you understand that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, along with, just to reiterate as well, if anybody, third party or otherwise, tries to comment or reach out to you, I need to know about that immediately, okay? But nobody's supposed to be reaching out to you. Nobody's supposed to talk about this case to you. Nobody's supposed to discuss this case in your presence and hearing anywhere. So if somebody does so, I need to know about it, okay? That means somebody reaches out to you by email or text message or other device. I want to know about it, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, any other ministerial inquiry made at this point in time before I tell you a little bit about the rest of the week? Anyone? All right, say again? I said, any other ministerial inquiry of me? Okay, I mean, it's a question, if you have a question or anything like that. Okay, while you're thinking, okay? All right.
There's a jury walking out right now, man, about the recess for the evening. Apologize for the delay earlier this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to kind of go over with you a little bit about what's going to happen this week.
The jury done took off.
All right, tomorrow is the 5th Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start. I'd like you to be here by 10 o'clock, and then we'll start as soon as all of you get here, and I take up any other matters, but we should start between 10 and 10:30 tomorrow morning. That's the first thing. It'll be a regular work day. We'll probably work till, again, somewhere between 5 and 6 o'clock. So that is tomorrow, Tuesday, the 5th of December. As it pertains to the 6th of December, again, that's a regular work day. I'll have you come report by 9 o'clock, and then we'll start around somewhere between 9:30. We'll work the entire day at that point. Okay? All right. As for Thursday, the 7th, ladies and gentlemen, Thursday and Friday are going to be short days. So if you have business you might want to take care of, I'm going to go ahead and tell you the time period. We're going to start probably about 9. We'll get started probably around 9:30 or thereabouts. We're going to work to about 12 or thereabouts, so 11:30, 12 o'clock. And then it'll be recessed for that day. Okay? So Thursday's a short day. You have anything you want to book in the afternoon, like an appointment or anything like that, that would be the time to do it, okay? Conversely, on Friday, Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry this microphone keeps going in and out, but I apologize. I need to look at my computer to talk with you so everybody else can hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, on Friday the 8th, you will have the morning office. The board has unrelated business to take up, so I'm going to have you come by report at 12:30, and we'll work from about 1 to 5, and then we'll recess for the day. So that's the schedule for the rest of the week, just to give you all a little bit of planning and notice up front so you can kind of plan accordingly, okay? All right. So, how are we doing with our facilities? We got plenty of coffee. You comfortable back there? Yes. All right. How about juror stickers?
The juror's still in there. I thought the juror was gone.
Okay. Remember when you leave tonight, leave your notepads in your basket and take a juror sticker, and then we'll see.
About the recess is for tomorrow morning, man.
In the courthouse accordingly. Okay. All right. So what time is supposed to report tomorrow? And what time are we going to start by? Hopefully. Okay, 10:30, that's right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any other questions on me at this point in time? Now I'll give you a little more information. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, as I've said to you, and I will continue to say to you daily, thank you for your patience that you've given us. You'll continue to give us in the resolution of this matter. And unless you have anything else for me, we'll go ahead and recess for you for the evening, and we will see you tomorrow at 10:00 hours, okay? All right, all rise.
All rise. So that's it for today, man. So they're gonna recess for tomorrow morning at 10:30. You know what I'm saying? The prosecutor called up her witness, and you see the lawyers of the defense team, man, they drilled them properly. They drilled the witness like never before. You know what I'm saying? The witness really didn't have no chance about answering the questions that the lawyers was asking. Well, you see this about the recess for the evening, so it's about to take place, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and log off this thing, man, and we're gonna start back up tomorrow about 10:30. And once again, man, I apologize for the early this morning delays.
All right,
little hiccups that we had.
Has left us at this
but hopefully
point.
we got everything. Hope we got everything jammed up and ready to go.
For the day, Ms. Hilton, if you would do me a favor, at the bench conference earlier involving the objection that was recorded and everybody had a chance to hear, I'd like you to go back to the video at about 40, number 1.
What the judge got going on? You want to go back and look at a video?
And that would be state 68I, number 1. That would have been not the Instagram video, but the first body cam video at approximately 48 minutes or thereabouts. I wanted to check for what Ms. Westmoreland purportedly said on the video.
I assume you mean 48 minutes on the top of the screen.
Yes, ma'am, at the top of the screen, yes. If we could forward that to that just a little bit before, I want to see it and hear what it says. To see if it comports with what was told to me at
All right, Judge,
the bench.
what's going on?
You got a license? Never had one? From what? From prison?
Doing what?
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Spell it for me. Last night.
Okay, you stop there.
And
Stop there. I did hear the word prison.
Sorry about that, man. I'm about to jump in the live.
Ms. Westmoreland, as I mentioned earlier, it wasn't I could, if you had told me about it prior to this, we certainly could have gone ahead and edited that. I'm going to order that it be edited at this point in time for any future showing of that particular video. But this was the first objection that we had as to that issue. You did not bring that up before. It was not objected to at the suppression hearing, and it was objected to after it was played. So I just want to make sure I got that for purposes of the record, but I will go ahead and edit it at this point in time since you brought it up to me afterwards, okay?
Your Honor, thank you for editing it now. Just for the record, I think that I preserved the objection by objecting to the video in its totality for all of the reasons I stated before.
Oh, no, madam. You would have had to object specifically to that because that is a definite separate basis for objection. So I disagree with you humbly about that. While you objected to the video as a whole, that specifically should have been brought to the court, and I could have edited at that point in time. All right. Anything else?
Your Honor, just for the record,
Judge is going to edit the video, but they was proceeded to play. So I guess it was they had an objection to it, so they're going to make sure they go back and edit it.
Convicted of a previous offense, just not that we're not going to edit it out, but for the purposes of any potential mistrial, the fact that he was convicted previously is going to come out because of the certified copies of conviction. And so I just want to place that on the record as it relates to Mr. Nichols.
All right.
This is my opinion, man. This gonna be a mistrial, man.
Issue. Anything else at this point in time before we recess for the evening? Okay, if not, are we straight on witnesses for a moment?
I can tell who I think we are calling.
Say again, Mr. Steele? Yeah, okay. I'm with you.
We sent the list, but it'll be Officer Cornelius who didn't come today, Stancil, who was supposed to testify today. And let me pull up the list. Give me 1 second. Okay, Joshua Mason-Sack, Officer Fikes with Brookhaven, Patrick Chapontis with GBI, and Joshua Mason-Sack is formerly with GBI, Officer Ian Applewhite, Officer Jasmine Hawkins, now Jasmine Mogavero, and Edwin Garcia. Yeah. After Fikes or before Fikes? I sure can. Joshua Mason-Sack from GBI. Officer Fikes. Patrick Chapontis from GBI. Officer Ian Applewhite. Officer Jasmine Hawkins, Mogavero, and Edwin Garcia, in addition to Officer Cornelius, or Sergeant Cornelius, excuse me, and Investigator Stancil. Mason-Sack did the GBI
I thought this was over with. I guess it's still going on.
The July 2017 case. That's from the Friday list, and maybe should have been on this yesterday too. I thought I recapped everyone, but definitely on Friday. Yes. He tested the drugs in give me 1 second. Which case he's on?
No. Let's just wait one at a time, madam. Okay?
Yeah. So once again, the prosecution called a witness up to the stand, and it was 2 or 3 of them, maybe 2 of them, if I ain't mistaken, maybe 3 at the most. In the last one that came up was an officer, and they drilled him, man. They drilled him pretty good.
Tested the cocaine in Act 100.
All right, is that it? You're welcome. All right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Williams, what are you going to ask at this time, madam? Okay, all right. Is there anything else that we need to cover so we can recess for today?
All right, I think they're about to do about a recess.
It's 68I.
Okay, thank you, sir. You didn't make a ruling that that's going out with the jury.
I don't have to right now.
That's fine.
I'll wait till the end of the trial.
I was just,
Yeah.
yes, okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Judge, something serious, boy.
No. If I have another one, did you move for admission, Miss?
I do believe we moved for the admission. Sorry, Your Honor. I do believe we moved for the admission of Stacey's in the 68I.
Yeah, I think I'm going to admit it.
You'll be a continuing witness if
I get it. Okay, I'll deal with that all at the end of the trial. Okay, we'll cover all the exhibits that have been identified, just for purpose of record, and those that admitted, and those that go back, and those that won't go back. All right. Okay. All right. And now can we let Mr. Ryan go to the bathroom, Mr. Steele, and recess for the evening? Okay. All right. Okay, folks. I'll see you all tomorrow morning for a 10:00 start time, and we'll be well. Okay? All right. Thank you. Okay.
Well, I think it's a wrap, man. They're gonna resume tomorrow at 10:30, and I'm gonna make sure I have it. And the thing about it, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I apologize for this morning with the delays that I caused. But we definitely gonna resume tomorrow around 10:30, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's a wrap, man. So y'all tune in tomorrow, man. OG Griffin, man. Like, comment, subscribe. I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? Man? Peace.